Starting in about 30 seconds. Okay, I'd like to call to order the public hearing of the Science, Technology, and Energy Committee. My name is Doug Thomas. I'm filling in for Chairman Vose. He should be here shortly, but we'll open the meeting as we customarily do by asking, let's see, Representative McGee for the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you all. Before we get going here, just a quick rundown on our agenda for this morning and this afternoon. We will be starting with SB 65, and then around 9:30, we'll progress to SB 230, then on to SB 232, and then after our lunch here, we'll go on to SB 233 and then SB 108. And I see that the chair has arrived, so I will graciously give the chair over to Chairman Vose.
Thank you, Vice Chair Thomas, and good morning, everyone. Apologies to the members for being a few minutes late. Let's get started with a public hearing on Senate Bill 65, and we'll turn the floor over to Senator Howard Pearl. Good morning, Senator.
Good morning. Great to be back in the House and glad to be here. For the record, my name is Senator Howard Pearl. I represent District 17 and I live in the beautiful town of Loudoun. I'm here this morning to introduce Senate Bill 65. SB 65 was filed to spur the Department of Environmental Services and the solar industry to come to a mutually beneficial agreement on the alteration of terrain and wetlands issues which have been challenging for both parties. The increase in the volume of these permits alone requires adjustments so that the system can work for all folks involved in the system and we don't see long and expensive delays. Since the legislation was filed over the course of numerous meetings, the department and industry have agreed upon a path forward. Both support this legislation, which complements the department's adoption of a permit by notification structure and related DES guidelines. This approach is used in other permitting process at DES and offers efficiencies for both the applicant and department staff. Under this approach, all the requirements of the permit are scoped within DES guidelines, and the applicants are able to proceed with a quicker approach, but with structured review and enforcement protocols. SB 65 is one of several bills which are working to improve the permitting process in New Hampshire, which is a major priority this legislative session to make New Hampshire a better place to do business. I know we have members from DES and some members from the solar industry. And I'm happy to take any questions if you have any, but they may be better suited to answer them. So thank you.
Thank you, Senator, for introducing Senate Bill 65. Questions for the senator? Seeing none,
Excuse me.
Representative Floget.
I almost made it.
Thank you, Chair. I thought I'd give the rest of the committee a first chance. Thank you, Senator, for your bill. Could you just give us a rundown from what you introduced to this amendment? I
Sure.
see a big change. Thank you.
Yeah, so when we started, we just put together some basic language that was, again, it was more about getting the parties to sit down at the table and have the conversation. So we kind of put together some basic language that would adjust the siting criteria for these solar arrays. But right out of the gate, I charged both of the parties to please sit down and negotiate this, because I know what we have isn't perfect. And I want you to come up with something that works. And I will tell you that they have done a great job. DES, I'll give them a lot of credit. They had to come to the table several times and really make the hard decisions. And they came up with a great program in the end. So again, if you want real specific details, I think I'll let them explain it, and they'll do a better job than I will.
Additional questions? Representative Harrington.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Just sort of a generic question on this. It's obviously this is going to establish a new permit system. Will the fees that are being charged pay for the work being done by DES? Is that the goal?
I'm going to let DES answer that again. They have
Fair enough.
the information on that. They'll give you a better answer than I will.
More questions for the senator? Representative Corman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Senator, for taking my question. I'm just curious, was this your own volition, or did some of the stakeholders come to you for this?
Sure, great question. Thank you for it. No, the stakeholders came to me and made me aware of the situation. And I had conversations prior to filing the bill, both with DES and the stakeholders. And that was kind of the general plan out of the gate was we're going to put a bill in, and these conversations need to occur. So again, I give a lot of credit to both sides. They really sat down and dug into this and did a great job in coming up with a good solution.
Any other questions for Senator Pearl? Seeing none, I want to thank you, Senator.
All right. Well, thank you. Good luck with the rest of your day. I got to come back later and see you, I know.
Okay, we'll see you then. Next, we'll call on Phil Trowbridge from the New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services. Good morning. Welcome to STNE.
Good morning, Chairman Rose. Thank you for the opportunity, and good morning to the members of the committee. For the record, my name is Philip Trowbridge. I'm the manager of land resources at New Hampshire DES. This is a land resources program, deals with all the permitting that's required for land development. There's 4 permitting programs involved. One is alteration of terrain, which is what we're talking about today. There's also wetlands permitting, shoreland permitting, and septic system permitting. I thought I would take a few minutes to explain a little bit about alteration of terrain, because I don't know that this committee has dealt a lot with this program, so I thought I'd just give a little background. In essence, alteration of terrain is a stormwater permitting program for large construction sites. So typically it's only applied for projects over 100,000 square feet of impact. So your big projects, those are 2.3 acres in size. The main goals of it are erosion control, so we don't have erosion and sedimentation going off the site and affecting our waterways. Maintaining the hydrology, so we're not flooding out our neighbors, and changing the stormwater flows, and also groundwater recharge, because if you convert a lot of rain that would normally go into the ground into stormwater that goes into the surface water, we get lower water tables, which affects private wells. For these applications, we require applicants to submit engineering plans using standard rainfall runoff models to predict how the runoff is going to change as a result of their project. So the reason we're here today for Senate Bill 65 is that solar arrays are really a different type of large construction project than we typically deal with. We typically deal with large big box stores and that flatten a site and have a lot of pavement. And So because solar arrays are different, they're more spaced apart, and they're often on slope surfaces. The department developed some specific rules for solar projects a few years ago, following the lead of some other states. What we found is, though, that the science regarding how much runoff is generated by these panels is rapidly evolving, because it's not a type of development that there's been a lot of experience with, which has made our rules difficult to apply in reality. So the bill, as amended by the Senate, would direct DES to develop a permit by notification process for these solar projects that are less than 5 megawatts in size. Just for some, real world context, that's around a 20 to 30 acre site for the panels. Permit by notification process is fast and allows some flexibility on the methods, while still requiring that the objectives, the ones that I mentioned earlier for alteration of terrain, will be met. And when we do these new rules, that will take the place of our existing rules regarding solar projects. As Senator Pearl mentioned, through the process of working on Senate Bill 65, the department and the solar industry have learned a lot about each other's interests in this area. And I think this is very helpful for the parties to find some common ground. And I think developing the rules will go smoothly as a result. So thank you for your attention. I'll happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Before we get to questions from other members of the committee, I have a quick question. How will the new rules developed for solar panels be different from the existing rules for solar panels?
Thank you for the question. It gets a little bit in the technical weeds, but it has to do with the rainfall runoff models. Right now there's been rainfall runoff models developed by the Natural Resource Conservation Service since the 50s that we use to predict how much runoff is going to occur because of pavement or grading on a site. That hasn't. There's newer models for solar that deal with the fact that these projects aren't paved, and that there's can be low pressure construction, which doesn't compact the soils as much. And those new models indicate a much lower amount of runoff for the same amount of rainfall. And so we would allow the use of these different models so that we weren't overbuilding in terms of storm or requiring overbuilt stormwater controls.
Okay, Representative Vice Chair Thomas has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Actually, in line with what the chair just asked you, could you give us just a small perspective of maybe what it took for, you must be familiar with the Rockingham County new building that was built and the solar array that was put behind it, which covers several acres. Could you give us a perspective of how you had to grapple with the permitting of that, since you didn't have the rules in place at the time?
Yeah. Thank you. And apologies, but I'm not directly familiar with that project. We have successfully permitted solar projects under our existing rules. So it has not been something that's unworkable. So we've been able to give them permits. The complaint has been that in order to obtain those permits, that the stormwater controls were oversized, which is expensive. And also takes up usable area.
So did I understand you to say that these new rules will probably lower the cost of the installation of these solar projects?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Further questions, Representative Harrington?
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for taking my question. So in a nutshell, it sounds like what you're saying is that you've identified things for solar installations that are different than your standard construction project. So because of this somewhat uniqueness, you want a separate set of rules so we're not overbuilding or overcompensating for runoff that might not occur. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's absolutely correct.
Thank you.
Representative McGee?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. What sounds perfectly reasonable to me, everything that you've explained so far. You did mention that you thought that the process would be short. So I was just curious if you could explain what a short process is if someone's trying to get, a permit
Yes, absolutely. So there's a difference between a permit by notification and a permit application. A permit by notification is basically a submittal process where someone says, here I certify that I meet the eligibility requirements for this simplified permit. Here are my required documents. And we check that for completeness, basically. And then the project can proceed without review by us. It does not exclude it from compliance checks. I mean, basically, it's a change from putting the emphasis on the front end of permitting to saying, okay, the project's on file with us, and then we'll be doing some auditing to verify that the project was actually constructed as it needed to be, and also that the plans were developed according to our requirements.
Follow up?
So the follow-up would be then if you apply these new rules based on the specifications that you understand to be associated with how a solar panel operates when rain's coming down or precipitation's coming down, then you would expect that when you look at the compliance, the math would work, right? The math would math. So if you were using the correct rules in identifying what you would expect for runoff, then you would be able to test against that in order to determine compliance. Is that correct? You'd expect it to be accurate.
Correct. Exactly. That's the presumption, and then through the compliance checks, we would verify whether that's true or not. I think this is still an evolving area of science, and so we will evolve with it. But we think this is a prudent way to go at this juncture.
Representative Thomas.
Thank you for being here. You testified that this is rapidly evolving, and you just said something to that effect, and that solar arrays are permitted differently. And then in your testimony letter, you say that the industry is working with universities. My question is, who would DES specifically tap for their expertise in this project, or in these permits?
It's an excellent question. I think we're kind of looking at it in terms of the outcomes, right? The legislature has established the goals of the alteration of terrain program, the erosion and sedimentation control, the maintaining pre and post, having the post-construction hydrology match the pre-construction hydrology, and having groundwater infiltration. And those can be objectively measured through, do we have erosion problems? Do we have, are the stormwater controls properly sized, based on what we've observed from the climate? So, I think we can rely on our own expertise regarding, are we meeting those objectives? And then I think these ideas of the working on these models is best left to, the universities and other experts in that field.
Follow up.
Follow up?
And so with many of the permits from DES, if not all of them, there's an open public comment period. Would there be something similar to that associated with this permit?
Yes, of course.
Thank you.
Representative Bernardi has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this bill is flagged as an FN. What is the financial impact here, if any?
There's not really a financial impact, and this is something Representative Harrington asked: is what is the will the fees pay for the work? And we've structured the fees through HB2 to do that. I think it was an FN initially because of the initial bill proposed to exclude a fair amount of projects from permitting, which would have reduced the number of applications and the number of fee receipts.
Representative Corman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. One of the things I think about is that these solar arrays are going to be built often on slopes and on pervious surfaces. And when rainwater runs off a line of solar arrays, you're going to have a big drip line coming down. And how does the erosion from that factor in?
It's an excellent question. We have some of these models take that orientation of the panels into effect or into account, because if you, as you allude, if you can have these panels aligned so that they're kind of sloping in and forming a channel of erosion that, that you're concentrating flow, which is one of our goals to avoid. But that is tricky to deal with on a site because we don't have uniformly sloped sites. So they're flat and they're hilly, and their hills are oriented in different ways, and the panels are oriented in different ways. And that needs to be dealt with through the modeling to take that into account.
Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we received some testimony here from the New Hampshire Lakes Management Advisory Committee, where they were bringing up the issue of a suggested amendment to exempt projects located within protected shoreland. And then they cite the RSA 483B. So the question here, which I think is appropriate to bring up to DES, is their suggestion that perhaps SB 65 should exempt projects that would protect near protected shorelands from proposed permit by notification. So like a rapid process.
Yeah. Yep. No, I received that testimony this morning as well. We were discussing it before the hearing. That is something that we could handle through the rulemaking process, because the legislation just authorizes us to develop rules for the permit by notification. And so, if stakeholders are interested in that, we could make that a part of the eligibility requirements in the rules. Yeah.
Representative Kaplan has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for coming in today. Would the new rules be applied to projects that have already come under the PBN process, or would they be grandfathered under the PBN process once the new rules come into effect?
Oh, sorry, can you say that again? I'm not quite following.
You say I'm a solar developer, and I come to you with a project. I come with a project and it receives a PBN permit by notification, and then the new rules are developed. Would I be grandfathered under the PBN, or would I have to then go back and build some sort of new stormwater system under the new rules?
I see. I understand what you're saying. So basically, if we develop this new PBN process, and then someone is approved for it, and then later it determines that we need to adjust those rules, would they have to make adjustments? Yeah, I mean, we always permit people under the rules that we have in place at the time. And so that would be a permitted project. If they're, let's say in an extreme case that we got this wildly wrong and there was, lots of runoff and erosion affecting neighbors, then that would be a separate compliance case that we'd have to follow up on, but they would not need to go through permitting again.
Representative Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks for being here. I just had one quick question returning to the Lakes Management Advisory Committee's letter urging us to exempt projects from in the protected shoreland from the proposed PBN. Is it your understanding that they're asked, I heard you say you just got this morning too, but that the lakes, is it your understanding that they're suggesting that solar projects located within the protected shoreland would remain subject to the full AOT permit process that exists now?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what not having spent much time with it, I believe that would be the consideration. They certainly would need, when you have a PBM process, you just have have certain eligibility criteria, which is like, in this case, it would be less than 5 megawatts, could be, and then you could say, and
it's a
not
streamlining.
and not in the protected shoreland. The protected shoreland is 250 feet from large lakes and ponds and large fourth order streams like the large rivers.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a pretty narrow area, and for alteration of terrain, we have a lower threshold for that area. When I introduced in the beginning, 100,000 square feet of impact is normally our threshold for alteration of terrain. It's half of that. It's 50,000 square feet if any portion of the project is within the protected shoreland. So there already is a precedent for having pulling more things in and having a higher, bar for work that's near these lakes, ponds, and large rivers. And through another bill, Senate Bill 110, for which we're developing another PBN process for smaller AOT projects. Projects in the protected shoreline were excluded. So it would be consistent with that approach.
Thank you.
Representative Ploget.
Thank you, Chair. I hope this is germane to the bill. And thank you for taking my question. Belknap County is also concerned about the lakes issue, which was from my other fellow representatives. The second thing is, because of the mention of large arrays and runoffs, it was brought to my attention, is DES has anything concerning farmlands and agricultural lands and metals preservation?
And what was the farmlands and metal? Meadow?
Yeah, open hayfields.
Okay, hayfields, okay.
basically.
Meadow. Okay. Okay, very good point. And some other states do have have some requirements regarding agricultural lands because the importance of agricultural lands for food production and not wanting them all to be converted. The department in New Hampshire does not have anything right now on that. It's not like wetlands or shoreland where in statute we've got a protected status that we need to maintain. So that is more of a local issue at this point.
Okay, one final question. Is the department comfortable with the date of January 1st, 2026 to finish creating these rules, since the bill likely won't become effective until around the 1st of June or the 1st of July?
Yes, we are comfortable with that date. We've vetted that through our attorneys. We have a lot of rules that we're going to need to do as a result of this legislative session, so we kind of have them all in the same time frame.
Okay. Thank you very much. Seeing no further questions, we'll call on the last speaker for this bill, and that's Mr. Dale Knapp, who represents Walden Renewables. Good morning, Mr. Knapp, and welcome.
Morning, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Dale Knapp. I'm the head of development for Walden Renewables. I live in Portland, Maine, but develop projects almost exclusively in Maine and New Hampshire. So I'm here to speak in support of this bill. I think first it's worth, commending Phil and his team. They have been incredibly collaborative kind of during this process to develop something that we also think is very workable. I think it brings these projects in line with other types of development to some degree. I think now they are kind of subject to more restrictive rules, not being impervious surfaces. So, yeah, I think the permit by notification process should be effective. You have to demonstrate, that you qualify, are eligible to receive such a permit. And then beyond that, there are specific requirements in terms of compliance with existing AOT rules within that PBN. And, with these projects, just to kind of maybe address something that came up earlier, I think the intent is not to develop these facilities in the shoreline zone. So I think we are very supportive of exempting that kind of during the rulemaking process, just because it's not appropriate. There are other places that we can put these facilities. And then beyond that, I think the permit by notification, we hope will include, putting focus where it should be in terms of reducing, erosion and sedimentation, which is during the construction. And so we talk about pre-construction flow and post-construction flow. Once you get vegetation established under these panels, there's very little risk of that. You're reducing velocity, you're keeping things in sheet flow, you're infiltrating that stormwater. And so that field underneath these panels functions, essentially the same way it did before. And so this process in terms of compliance focuses monitoring when the project actually presents risk to those resources. And so I could talk about this for a while, but maybe I will stop and field questions. We very supportive and appreciative of Phil and the senator's efforts to move this forward.
Okay, thank you for testifying. Questions for Mr. Knapp? Representative Corman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. So do I understand correctly that the biggest concern is actually erosion during the construction process from, I guess, the earth being disturbed
you-
by all the heavy equipment?
Sure, you have open ground. And so I'm a soil scientist, and one of the best things you can do to keep a site stable is have vegetation growing on it. And so that's establishing grass, keeping straw out there. Those temporary erosion and sedimentation controls are critical. And so when the ground's open, that's when you'll have, detachment and transport, and create problems during construction that could persist into operation if you don't keep your site buttoned up.
Okay, seeing no further questions, well, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thanks, Chair.
And with no further pink cards on this legislation, I'll just ask, is there anyone else who would like to testify on Senate Bill 65? Okay, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing on Senate Bill 65. And I will open a public hearing on Senate Bill 230, which is relative to electric utility restructuring and investment in distributed energy resources. And I'll call on the bill's prime sponsor, Senator David Waters, to introduce this legislation to us. Good morning, Senator. Good to see you.
Yeah, good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Senator David Waters, District 4, to introduce Senate Bill 230. This bill has a little bit of history. It originally dealt with microgrids and included the nuclear, part of the nuclear provision that you see what remains of the bill. And with conversations with the Department of Energy related to the study of microgrids under HB 558, which is ongoing, and conversations with Chairman Vose about doing a microgrid bill next year, it seemed to me to make sense to preserve in the bill this part of it that had to do with small modular reactors. So what the bill has before you is a definition of small modular reactors, using the Idaho laboratory definition of up to 300 megawatts. In part, I had this in the original bill at this size because Chairman Vose's bill had a smaller number, and I thought that as we were trying to encourage investment in these small modular reactors, we ought to have a somewhat larger number. And of course, now that number up to 300 is used in Chairman Vose's bill with a little more extensive definition of the kinds of small modular reactors. What this bill also does, though, is include small modular reactors as defined in this bill in the distributed energy resources. Now, it's pretty clear a 300 megawatt reactor is not likely to be part of the distributed energy resources, but the smaller ones certainly are. There are ones that might be mounted on trucks to be brought into power small facilities. Certainly there will be ones that might be, larger than that, up to, 50, 60, 80 megawatts, which might be used to power critical infrastructure like hospitals or municipal resources or factories, to use as essentially a kind of a power source or even a backup power. So I thought it made sense to include these, as you see in the bill, in that definitional area of distributed energy resources. Again, all envisioning what regulatory framework is going to be helpful for New Hampshire to have so that investors, as this technology comes on, sees that this is a place that is ready to find ways that they might be usefully deployed. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator, for introducing this legislation. I do have a question. Your definition of small modular reactors modifies the exact same statute as the one in House Bill 710. So would you be open to replacing the definition here with the definition from House Bill 710?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. It makes a lot of sense. I went with the very cleanest, simplest one that was on the Idaho Nuclear Laboratory website. But in reading yours, I think that the extensiveness of the kinds of reactors which might be constructed makes a lot of sense. So yes.
That definition suggestion came from the Department of Energy.
Yeah.
So, Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Further questions for the senator, Representative McGee?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Senator Waters. Nice to see you again. So my only thought in looking at this is I don't have any problem with including SMRs in distributed energy resources as a category, but I was wondering if that would have any impact on other programs that allow incentive structures like the RPS, for example, for renewable energy resources. Putting them in similar categories could maybe have an effect on how we're approaching those incentive programs, which are basically for intermittence and not, stuff that's going 24/7.
Well, I'm not sure. And if you look at the examples of DERs, I mean, you immediately thought of some of the renewable ones, but there's all kinds of battery storage, small wind turbines, fuel cells, combined heat and power. I mean, there's a lot of these. And so I don't see it necessarily as in competition with any of these. And I do think that, the kind of all the above philosophy that we've tried to adopt here in terms of tech and technology neutral, this is a new technology, and I think it's appropriate to include here. And if it, I think in some ways too, the further answer to your question is that I don't necessarily see a competition with some renewable resources, because I think that these would be deployed in very kind of different circumstances for different uses. So I don't really see the competition.
Follow up?
I agree with you that they are different. They're distinct in the way that they would be leveraged. The question would be, though, whether they would end up being eligible for the same types of incentive programs as, like the RPS. Would they have a category in the RPS by being included here? And then would that have a negative impact on, other members of the RPS classes? I guess I'm just...
Well, thanks for your question. And I was aware of that potential, and I thought to me that if we're giving an incentive to one form, and we ought to maybe consider giving an incentive to this form too. It all goes to the same purpose in a sense, that we need reliability, and distributed energy resources are a way to do that, to shave costs. And so I think that I was aware of
non-emitting.
that potential, but
Yeah.
I thought that it was appropriate.
Further questions, Representative Harrington?
Thank you. Thank you for my question, Senator. Just so be clear on this, your bill as written does not include any SMRs in the renewable portfolio standard. It makes no changes to that, correct?
No, I mean, it is in this definition here.
Thank you.
And if that has an impact elsewhere, that's, again, I was aware it potentially could, but I think we ought to provide incentives across the board.
Representative Corman has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Do I understand it correctly, though, that this bill is actually allowing the utilities to invest in SMRs? Is that right? And if so, doesn't this kind of go against the whole restructuring principle?
Well, not necessarily. I mean, I think that these, this definition here has these other things: renewable energy generation, has electric generation equipment, energy storage, and a variety of other things. And that's where I thought it would fit.
Representative Vice Chair Thomas has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Senator, for taking my question. I think this is a great bill. I just have a clarification question for my own edification. When you talk about in terms of power capacity, are we using that in the same terms as we would apply to, say, solar panels or wind turbines? In terms of, are we talking about the plated capacity or the actual power output? Are we using the same terminology across the board?
Excuse me, where is that in the bill?
That'll be on line 4, when you say it has a power capacity of up to 300. Are we using the same terminology across the board for all other types of power generators?
Thanks for the question. I would kind of defer to Chairman Vose on that, because he's going to replace this definition with his, and I wondered if that's an issue or not. But
Representative Wendy Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If utilities are allowed, If utilities are allowed to invest in SMRs, which Representative Corman pointed out, ratepayers could be on the hook for billions of dollars in unproven technology. Any comment on that, please?
Well, thanks for the question. I disagree. Thank you.
Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you again. My question is also a follow-up to Representative Corman's question. So it looks as though if SMRs are being added to the category of utility investment in distributed or renewable, and I guess it's distributed energy resources as defined in statute, then would that be, under current law, that would be up to the 6% that they are allowed today to invest in, right? So it would be under that same cap that they would be able to invest, right? Because of restructuring, the utilities are only allowed to invest up to 6% of the load that they're required to acquire. Is that right?
Yeah, thanks for the question. And this goes back quite a few years when I did some work on that statute when we were looking at battery storage. And it's my opinion we ought to raise that at some point in time. And I'm sorry, I'm trying to get to the statute here as I hadn't looked at 374 G2. I don't have it right in front of me, but if you don't mind, if I pull that up.
If I can just interrupt, Senator, we specifically removed references to 374G from House Bill 710, specifically because it does allow utilities to invest in the resources described in that chapter or that subsection. So I think that Representative Corman is correct that the language of this bill would indeed allow utilities to invest in SMRs, which earlier this year, this committee decided was not a good idea. So that would be a question that we would have to grapple with as we decide the fate of this legislation.
Well, maybe we can have some further conversation as I understand if that's the will of the committee, that's likely what you're to do to this bill, and then we'll consider that.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Any further questions for the senator? Seeing none, I want to thank you for being here, Senator.
Thank you.
Hope we'll see you again soon.
You will this afternoon.
Okay. Call next on Meg Stone from the New Hampshire Department of Energy to give us the department's perspective on this legislation. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. I will be very brief because I think most of what I was going to say was already covered by the prime sponsor. The main purpose, I'm Meg Stone with the Department of Energy. The department is truly neutral on this bill. My main purpose for speaking this morning was just to draw the committee's attention to the similar definition that was already passed in 710 that the department did work with Chairman Vos on. And just to maybe suggest reconciling those two bills. And then my other thing that I wanted to just point out was to Representative McGee's question earlier, unless the bill specifically makes nuclear eligible, then for RECs, they would not be part of the RPS program.
Okay, thank you. Questions for Ms. Stone? Representative McGee.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Stone, for taking my question. So you referenced changes that you worked on with Chairman Vos in 710, but do you have that language in front of you so we can understand what it says? Because we don't have it in front
I do.
of us.
In 710, would you like me to just read it for you? Okay. In 710, so it does amend the same RSA by inserting the same Roman 2A to the bill, and it for ANR means Generation 4 nuclear technologies that include gas-cooled, lead-cooled, sodium-cooled, supercritical water-cooled, and molten salt and very high-temperature reactors, small modular, thermal-only, and encased fuel pellets reactors, including any micro, mini, or small nuclear reactor having a generating capacity between 0 and 300 megawatts.
Further questions for Ms. Stone? Representative McGee.
The other point that I made earlier, which perhaps you could chime in on, is that 6%, right? So Roman numeral 2 in 374 G4 talks about how the maximum cumulative maximum in megawatts of 6% of the utility's total distributed peak load is what they're allowed to invest in. So as of now, the limitation on all investments by the utilities would be at 6% of their annual peak load. Is that a correct interpretation?
I believe so, but I would have to get back to you on that just to make sure, just because I don't have that in front of me. Okay. Yep. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further questions, I want to thank you, Ms. Stone, for
Thank you.
giving us the department's perspective. And now I'll call on Nick Krikoff of the Conservation Law Foundation, who is opposed to this legislation. Mr. Krikoff, good morning.
Hey, good morning. Nick Krakoff with the Conservation Law Foundation. Thanks for having me here today. Handed out written comments as well that provide more detail on my testimony. I think first and foremost, the committee and the full House have already passed HB 710, which would allow utility procurements of energy produced from ANR facilities. And the approach adopted in HB 10 is a much better approach to what we have here today, and really makes this bill unnecessary. Relying on utility procurement instead of utility ownership of ANR or SMR would still signal that New Hampshire is open for business on SMR, but would avoid most of the drawbacks and risks to ratepayers associated with utility ownership of SMR. And so that's a much better approach. I just want to now point out some of the drawbacks to allowing utility ownership. And so SB 230 would allow utility ownership of small modular reactors up to 300 megawatts in size, which represents a really large departure from the restructuring law. The overall purpose of the restructuring law was to reduce costs for consumers by harnessing competitive markets. And under the restructuring law, utilities had to divest most of their generation assets. There are currently only very narrow exceptions to that rule or that law, which precludes utility ownership of generation assets. And that's under RSA 374G, which allows utility ownership of DER not exceeding 5 megawatt in size. But SB 230 would create a much, much larger exception by allowing utility ownership up to 300 megawatt for generation assets up to 300 megawatts in size for SMR. Now, because the utility would seek to add the cost of such facilities to its rate base, recover those costs from ratepayers, this could create a really substantial risk for ratepayers. This is particularly big given that we don't know what SMR is going to cost. I think I agree with a lot of you here that it has a lot of potential for the state, but without knowing what it's going to cost, we really don't want to be putting those risks on ratepayers. So that's kind of the main concern. I also want to point out several inconsistencies with the bill. So first, the bill amends the definition of DER to allow utility ownership of assets up to 300 megawatts in size. But it doesn't change language in RSA 374G2 that precludes utility ownership of generation facilities with a capacity greater than 5 megawatts. So there's a conflict in the language there. If you do want to go ahead with this approach, I think you need to reconcile that conflict. More fundamentally, amending the definition of DER to include SMR facilities up to 300 megawatts, it conflicts with the common understanding of what DER is. SB 230 is basically trying to put a square peg in a round hole by changing the definition of DER to include facilities of this size. According to the U.S. Department of Energy, DER are typically small energy generation and storage technologies, 10 megawatts or less, that delay, reduce, or even eliminate the need to obtain additional power generation, transmission, and distribution equipment and infrastructure, and provide voltage support and enhance local reliability. The definition in RSA 374G2, it's pretty similar to that Department of Energy definition as well. And it's really unclear to me from this bill how a 300 megawatt SMR facility is going to, is considered a DER and is going to accomplish those goals that we typically associate with DER facilities. For these reasons, I'd recommend either retaining the bill, trying to figure out, really the purpose of, why we want to allow utility ownership of 300 megawatt facilities of SMR, or even ITNing the bill. But that's up to you to decide. Thank you very much, and happy to take your questions.
Questions for Mr. Krakoff? Representative Wendy Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for being here. There's been a lot of talk about SMRs this session. And my question to you is, are you aware of any current New Hampshire rules and or regulations that deal with radioactive waste, accidents or storage, or sabotage, actually, accidents or sabotage, and emergency responses that would be necessary for SMRs?
I mean, I'm unaware of any New Hampshire specific statutes or rules. The NRC, the Federal Nuclear Regulatory Commission, they do a lot of regulation of that. And so I assume that would cover most of, those issues with SMRs as well.
Thank you.
Representative Reynolds has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks, Mr. Krakoff, for being here again. I tend to agree with you about your phrase there about putting this bill is trying to put a square peg in a round hole. It seems to be a pretty large peg, in fact, to the extent that SMR, the first word is S stands for small. Just for everybody's awareness, 300 megawatts. Can you compare that to the size, to the generation capacity of what everybody knows today? We have Seabrook Nuclear Power Plant. What's Seabrook's capacity?
Yeah, so Seabrook is about, thank you for the question. Seabrook is around, I think, 1,100 megawatts. Merrimack Station is, I think, 450 megawatts, thereabouts, so 475 megawatts. So yeah, I mean, so it's 300 would be approximately, two-thirds the size of Merrimack Station.
Okay, two-thirds the size of Merrimack and about a third.
Or a quarter of
Seabrook. Yeah. So not 2S, in my opinion. Thanks.
Further questions? Seeing none, I'll thank you, Mr. Krakoff, and ask if there is anyone else in the audience who would like to speak about Senate Bill 230. Seeing none, we'll close that public hearing, and in 6 or 7 minutes, we'll open a public hearing on Senate Bill 233. Through 232, sorry. Okay, I'd like to open a public hearing now on Senate Bill 232, clarifying certain net metering terms and conditions. And Senator McConkey is the prime sponsor. I do not see him here, nor do I see any of the other senators in attendance. So, Vice Chair Thomas, would you like to introduce this bill to us?
Introduce is the short word, yeah.
Well, Senator McConkey is here, so we're all set, I guess. So Senator, as soon as you introduce the legislation, if you could fill out a pink card. I would be more than happy to, sir. Very good. So Senator McConkey, the prime sponsor of Senate Bill 232, the floor is yours, and welcome, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Don't forget to turn on the mic.
Esteemed members, I'm always in need of help, so thank you for that. I am, for the record, my name is Mark McConkey. I represent the good people, Lakes Region, District 3, and I hail from Freedom. I'm here today to introduce, 232. Bill allows renewable energy generators, ISO, any electricity markets to retain their market participant status while qualifying for net metering tariffs, modifies requirements for the development and renewal of alternative net metering tariffs, and clarifies metering practices for custom generators. I, unlike so many of you sitting on this committee, especially when I sat in the House, always relied on you folks for these items of energy, and I'm new to this on the Senate side, so I'm thankful to be sitting in front of you. We had a great hearing on this. I was asked to bring this forward, so I'm sure there'll be other people behind me that can answer questions more thoroughly than I can, but I'm happy to take a try. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. So is there a elevator speech answer to the question of why would we need to change this existing law, particularly in Section 1 that allows renewable energy generators not to withdraw or delist from ISO markets?
Mr. Chairman, that is a wonderful question, and I unfortunately do not have the answer to that. And I'm hopeful that some behind me, Senator Avard, who is much more versed in this, as you might know, is recovering from a bit of an ailment and was not able to be here today. And I'm hopeful the ball pin behind me will be able to pull that out.
Okay, we'll defer questions if that's okay with the rest of the committee. Representative Corman, do you have one? Okay. All right. Thank you, Senator, for introducing the legislation. And next we'll bring up the Department of Energy, Josh Elliott. And I'm sure he'll be able to answer a lot of the questions about this legislation. So welcome again, Mr. Elliott. Good to see you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Good to see you as well. For the record, Josh Elliott, Director of the Division of Policy and Programs with the Department of Energy. So I will attempt to answer some of the questions here. I'm going to tailor my remarks specifically to Section 2 of the bill, where I think there's the most amount of discussion needs to be had. I will say regarding Section 3, the changes there are pretty straightforward. As you can imagine, the electrical system that we have, distribution system, was not necessarily designed to do a lot of these interconnecting things that we've been talking about for a variety of distributed energy resources, as well as any of these units trying to participate in terms of net metering. So There are a lot of unique metering arrangements that are done across the state for a variety of reasons, right? At the time, it didn't matter how things were particularly wired up or metered in a particular circumstance, but now it does. So some of these changes you see here are an attempt to sort of clarify that, particularly the lines on lines 5 and 6, excuse me, on page 2, lines 5 and 6. Just clarifying, you could have meters in a sequence as long as they're in compliance with utility tariffs and rules. Because really the crux of the issue is, can we make sure that those meters are revenue grade and they're accurately reflecting what is being put onto the grid, because we want to make sure that the compensation is correct, right, for those entities. So that's sort of the crux of where you see a lot of those changes. But again, some of these metering arrangements, they're legacy metering arrangements. They may cost, exorbitant sums to sort of straight out the wiring, so it makes sense. So this allows a little bit of leniency there for these types of systems, so they don't have to basically rip out all the existing infrastructure and put new infrastructure back in to be able to participate. Referring back to section 2, my comments are going to be limited to lines 22 through 25. So this language here is pretty encompassing to essentially say that there can be no changes made to the current practices no matter what. There may be good reasons for those changes to happen as time goes on, whether here it's at the legislature or the Public Utilities Commission, to deem whether or not some of those changes may be in the public interest to make them. But it's so broad and all-encompassing, literally everything from the tariffs, grandfathering tariffs, the requirements to qualify as a customer generator, a group host, or a municipal host can only be made going forward. So it essentially locks in today the terms and conditions today for any of these facilities that may want to seek to interconnect. Not only the ones that are currently participating, but any of those facilities that may be eligible that aren't participating today get locked into this structure. And it does cut both ways. So, for example, this legislature may decide, and I know there's a bill next week, I believe it's next week, that would look at the definition of municipal host and whether or not to add other entities to that definition. Based on the reading of the statute, if you were to change that, who could be able to participate as those new definitions of municipal host, you were to add additional entities, that existing facilities would not be able to add those types of facilities on. So let me see if I can explain that a little bit better. Essentially, you're locking in everybody today to the current structure, right? They're locked in. If you were to make changes to any of these definitions, so changing how you define customer generator, changing how you define group host, changing how you define municipal host, any of those currently operating facilities would not be eligible for any of those new changes. Only a brand new facility that was built after those changes would be made would be eligible to take those on. So, for example, I'm going to make up something for municipal hosts. Say if you have an airport, right? I'm just making up something. You have an airport. You decide to change the municipal host to add airports to that definition. Existing facility would not be able to use them, would not be able to have them participate as part of that group, but only a brand new constructed facility would be able to do that. So given how often the legislature takes a look at revising these statutes, we could see a rapidly complex net metering environment where different entities, depending on when they were built, the timeline of when they came online, the timeline of those legislative changes, all of a sudden you're sort of dividing up who's eligible for what, and it's going to be a very difficult tracking process for the department to figure out, okay, are you eligible for this arrangement, this term, these terms and conditions, these terms and conditions, these terms and conditions. Again, you can imagine if you're dealing with multiple bills in a particular session, you could have, windows that are measured in the matter of days. In some circumstances of where might be eligible under one structure, but because the facility came online 3 days later and the bill's effective date was at a different time, you could get this rapidly rising complexity in terms of determining who's eligible for what. Arguably today you could say there's about 3 different groups that facilities fall under that would then rapidly rise in terms of, and that's not only for complexity for the department, right? It's going to be complexity for the developers as they're going out trying to build these projects and trying to figure out, okay, what am I eligible for? Who are eligible as off-takers? What is my compensation going to look like? When is that, when is currently eligible mean? Does that mean an interconnection? Does that mean when I broke ground? So you can see there's a lot of ambiguity that's built around all of these. Again, we know we have a pretty good handle on the facilities that are currently participating, especially if they're a group host, right? They register with the department. If they're a municipal host, they register with the department. If they file reports. If there's an entity out there that's currently eligible but not participating, we don't really have a lot of insight. Maybe between the utilities we could figure it out, but in order to figure out who qualifies where for what structure is going to get very, very complicated very, very quickly. So it's a little bit of a heavy-handed approach in this section. It'd be helpful, to understand from the proponents. I know Senator McConkey's pinch hitting today, but to get a better sense of what that question is, what problem is this trying to solve or attempting to solve? Because at the end of the day, right, it's a question of risk as we're, locking in folks to particular structures or not, and a matter of who's bearing that risk. But at the end of the day, the department just wants to make sure that ratepayers aren't asked to bear an unreasonable risk. So with that, I'm happy to conclude my remarks and happy to take any questions that the committee may have.
Thank you. Appreciate that introduction or that explanation. I have a quick question. The bill does not have an FN assigned to it. I assume this is an amended version from the Senate. Would the confusion that you described that the department might encounter should this legislation pass, would that affect your operations and utility assessments as a result?
Thank you for the question. I believe it would, to the extent that it would. I would need to circle back with my colleagues in the department who are working a little bit more intimately on the day-to-day in terms of what they think that structure might look like. But yes, there would be some impact. The degree of that impact, I would need to check with my colleagues.
Thank you. Representative Corman has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Elliott, for taking my question. I just want to make sure I understand the bill and what you were saying correctly. So let's say at some point in the future, the PUC comes up with net metering 4.0. I am a customer generator, in fact. I would, by this bill, I would not be allowed to take advantage of net metering 4.0. I am locked into 3.0 in perpetuity, according to this bill. Is that true?
That's the way we read it. Changes, so I'm going to read right from the language. Changes in, my apologies, thank you for the question. Line 22, changes in net metering tariffs, and grandfathering of tariffs, which you speak of, shall not, et cetera, shall be only made prospectively and shall not affect already eligible facilities or already participating facilities. So a reading of that, you could say, yes, you would not be able to, if the compensation was more advantageous to you, you'd be locked in and could not.
Okay, follow up?
Follow up.
And then with your example about a municipal host, so if the definition were to change and the airport became a municipal host, would it be then not eligible for the current net metering, but would be eligible for some future net metering?
So sorry, let me provide some clarity there. It would be a matter of the facility being able to take them on as a group member in that case. So there may be a facility that exists today, right, under this, if the statute was to be passed as is, where the airport wouldn't be eligible, right, because it has not been amended. The statute hasn't been amended. But if you were to change the statute so it does this, you both pass this bill and pass some future bill that includes airports. By changing the definition of municipal host by the line of shall be only made prospectively and shall not affect already eligible facilities, if you were to have an existing facility, they would be able to say, as they're building their group, they'd be able to say, oh, well, the airport, they're qualify as being able to participate as part of this. They wouldn't be able to participate with an existing facility that was constructed. They would only be able to participate if there was a brand new facility that was constructed after the change was made to make them be eligible, if that makes sense.
Okay, further questions? Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you for taking my question. And congratulations, I think.
Thank you. So if I'm a little scatterbrained, yes, I'm still a little sleep deprived, so.
Yes. Yes. This sounds like the kind of thing we try to avoid, which is my initial look at this bill is that what it's attempting to do is address the fact that we have for so long not had really an adequate tariff on net metering that would allow people to have, a stable environment in which to invest and recover the value of the energy that they're producing. But I don't think this does any of that. Like, it seems like what it does is it sort of calcifies where we are, but doesn't allow for the market to actually evolve as it might. So it seems like it's like a worst of all worlds kind of solution. But to your point, I don't understand what this is solving. Is it because we don't yet have a response out of the Public Utilities Commission on a net metering tariff so that we can understand what value should be placed, that we're trying to like put something in to just say, this is it?
Thank you for the question, Representative. Yes. So our understanding is right. This is so broad. We're struggling as well to try to figure out. Okay, is there a discrete issue that's trying to be solved here, right? And there's the question of about providing some stability, providing some certainty, to developers as they're going out there to build these facilities, right? And there's a certain amount of risk that they have to bear as developers in terms of these process. With a lot of things in energy policy, it's sort of a zero-sum game. So it's not, you can't mitigate risk entirely. You shift it. It usually ends up being shifted to somebody else. So that's the fundamental question there. And usually it ends up being the ratepayer, right? There's somebody has to bear the risk, and that's a policy call. Then as the department, we want to make sure that their ratepayers are not unreasonably being asked to bear risks. So unfortunately for the other part of the question, I'm sort of struggling with what, and I was hoping there might be somebody today who might be speaking to, oh yes, this is why we need this for this particular purpose, but this language doesn't quite get us there. The other two I can see as sort of specific instances of where, okay, there's some questions about the metering arrangements and what's being required for the metering, and making very clear that as long as, the utility is okay with it and we can, and the royal we, I should say, can be used appropriately to meter and bill in compliance with the utility tariffs, right? It gets around sort of these complex metering arrangements that exist that I referenced earlier. But this section here, I'm sort of struggling with.
Representative Harrington has a question.
Thank you for taking my question. You neglected to talk about paragraph 1 at all. And I'm looking at this, and it appears to me that this makes a really major change in the market, because if someone is net metering customer, they're looked in as a load reducer for the purposes of transmission assessments and so forth and so on. But if they're in the energy markets, they're looked at as an energy producer, and they're no longer that way. Wouldn't that end up costing a lot of money to New Hampshire, but having that change by allowing net metering customers to also be, if they're generating power into the ISO New England markets, whether it's capacity or energy or aux services, they're not going to be considered a load reducer, so you're not going to get the savings on transmission, for example.
Right. That is a good question. Regarding this section, my understanding, again, it's sort of that question of the assignment of that payment from that asset, right? As they're generating, there's a certain amount, they're gaining revenue. These are particularly would impact larger facilities, is my understanding, that there's this issue of this gap that exists between when a facility may say, okay, we are going to participate in group host net metering, or as a municipal host, or just as a normal group host, that there is a time lag between when they are when they file originally as a group host, and there's a process that, for example, the agency does and then the utility does, essentially make sure that the load, the number of participants in the group host, their load is greater than the output from the facility. So there's an initial review the department does. The utility then does a review where they actually go through and try to verify with each of those accounts. So you can imagine if it's a small group with 3 or 4 customers, right, it's a pretty straightforward process where it's able to go through and you can check those in fairly short order. If you have a particularly complicated group host, a particularly complicated group that is looking to enroll, with dozens of accounts, right? That's a very time consuming, in my understanding, is a manual process by the utilities. So there's this lead time between when you register and when you do this. And this is an attempt, again, my understanding for the request for this is to make sure that they're not required to immediately delist. And then there's sort of this interregnum, for lack of a better way of putting it, of where there's no compensation at all. And this would just make it clear that you're able to continue to earn that compensation till you're registered as a group host, you're fully enrolled, at which point that would then go back, be assigned to the utility in terms of that. The exact term is escaping me at the moment, but that capacity payment, I think, is the correct term.
Yes, follow up.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying about the gap, but I mean, reading this, it says they're not required to withdraw or delist from these markets or change status as market participants as a condition or requirement to be a customer generator or qualify as an eligible for net metering tariff. So that there's no deadline on that. It doesn't say you file your application, you can stay as a ISO generator until the application's approved and you become a net metering. It says you can do both. And to me, that's going to be that's not what it sounds to me like we shouldn't be heading that direction. It's going to cost us money. I don't know whose benefits from this.
Yes, I will say the other part of that is the delisting process from ISO is a particularly long and lengthy process. So once that happens, and then if they were to sort of switch back and forth, it would take very long for them to get relisted with ISO. But I can check with folks at the department and get you a better and more solid answer on that question.
Just one quick follow up, because it sounds like there's no end to this. So it's just they could stay on as both forever. There's no cutoff when they get approved for something. So
happy to follow up with you, Representative.
I read it that way also. Representative Thomas has a question.
Thank you for being here. And this is sort of along the lines of Representative Harrington's question. In Section 1, it says that renewable energy generators participating in ISO New England wholesale markets can still qualify for retail net metering. This could lead to large-scale generators to benefit from wholesale markets reviews and retail net metering credits. So isn't that the definition of double dipping?
I believe in this circumstance, and I would need to check with folks back at the department, of that when a customer generator is participating, one of these larger customer generators is participating in net metering, right? That payment that they get is then assigned to the utility. This sort of gets into the intricacies of the wholesale markets, which I'm happy to get a further clarification of that, but that is my understanding of how that works. So there's no, that payment is, or that compensation is assigned to the utility. The utility then uses that, and then sort of goes from there. So I'm happy to clarify that.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, seeing no more questions for the department, well, I guess there is one more question. Representative Floget, you had a question? Oh, I have two more pink cards here. I wasn't about to end the hearing, believe me. Representative Kaplan has a question.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Elliott. I just wanted a little bit further clarification on Representative Thomas's point. So are you suggesting that a customer generator or municipal host or whoever could both be participating as a net metering in the net metering program and also be bidding onto the ISO New England at the same time?
So
is that possible to do?
I don't think so. Again, I'm going to get clarification from other folks at the department exactly how this works to make sure I have the correct understanding of it, because I don't want to provide incorrect information to the committee if I can all help it. So I don't want to assume and provide an answer to that. And in terms of definitive one way or one way or the other, but this would only impact for the larger facilities who are currently participating in ISO New England. So if you're a regular, sort of a small customer generator for your house, for example, right, you're not participating in the ISO New England market. So the number of entities that would be impacted by this is small, but right, there is this cost question, which I can certainly get a write-up circulated within the department, and then I can send something to committee as a follow-up item on this to better explain what's going on here and what would actually be impacted by this change.
And if you could outline the process, whereby those payments are made. I mean, you were suggesting some sort of thing where it's assigned to the utilities and they take it from there. You know, if you could outline that process, that'd be really helpful.
Yep, no, we can do a diagram of where the money goes and where it would under this circumstance.
Representative Thomas?
Thank you. My second question, well, actually, I had my additional question. SMRs could now qualify for net metering under this bill. Doesn't that expand eligibility without any kind of reforms?
I'm sorry, I don't see where SMRs are referenced. I could have just missed it, but I don't see that in the bill.
Well, the renewable energy generators, I mean, we're talking about including SMRs as renewable energy generators.
Oh, in the prior bill.
Yeah, well,
Oh, okay.
distributed, yeah, okay. All right. Okay, no, my error, sorry.
All right. Seeing no further questions, well, thank you, Mr. Elliott. We have several other people we'd like to hear from this morning. Next will be Sam Evans Brown from Clean Energy, New Hampshire. Good morning, Mr. Brown and Evans Brown, and welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, members of the committee. Sam Evans Brown, Executive Director of Clean Energy New Hampshire. I'm going to leave particularly Section 1 for the Granite State Hydropower Association, who I think can speak to it much more cogently than I can. I would share that this bill came from a number of concerns that were raised from the participants in docket 22060, which was the net metering docket at the Public Utilities Commission, which has been closed as of just a few weeks ago. And so to a certain extent, some of the concerns I think that led to this bill feel a little less urgent with the closure of that docket. However, there are a number of motions for rehearing. There's also a challenge of one of the orders in that docket that has been elevated all the way to the New Hampshire Supreme Court. And so I think several of the participants in the docket are concerned that it could be reopened and that these issues could be relitigated. Generally speaking, this bill comes from a place of anxiety about the way that decision making has been happening at the Public Utilities Commission, and a concern that there would be some sort of attempt to retroactively change the terms under which folks who made investments in facilities were being compensated. So that would be a change to net metering 1.0 and a change to net metering 2.0, which under standards of sort of generally accepted good rate making, you don't change terms retroactively on customers if they've made substantial investments. But there was a fear that that might happen in this docket. So that's really what Section 2 is all about. I'd be curious to try to understand better the concerns of the Department of Energy in terms of who's eligible and when they're not. I do not read this bill as substantially changing the status quo. I read it as really locking in the status quo. And it is already the case that the utilities need to determine what net metering regime a new customer generator is being compensated under. And this simply says that shall continue. I would be happy to talk more with the department to try to understand the fears that were raised. I would simply state I don't fully understand them. It seems like this bill simply says thou shalt not change the pre-existing terms of the pre-existing tariffs that folks have relied upon when they made investments. And with that, I'll leave it there and let the Granite State Hydropower Association talk about Section 1.
Thank you. That's good clarification. Representative Corman has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Evans Brown. In terms of locking in the status quo, so I asked before about hypothetical net metering 4.0. So suppose that comes down and it's even better for me than the current net metering. Do I get to use it?
I believe the answer to that question is yes. And it seems unlikely that that would be the case because the trend all across the nation is for net metering compensation to be slowly decreased as penetration increases. But I can imagine a world in which there is a better tariff that comes out. Who knows? The world changes very rapidly. It's hard to keep up. Currently, what the statute says regarding the end of net metering is that net metering 1.0 ends in 2040, and all customer generators shall transition to whatever tariff is in place at that time. I don't see how this bill changes that fact. And when the order creating net metering 2.0 was issued in 2017, it essentially established the same standard that net metering 2.0 was also going to end in 2040, and customer generators would be allowed to transition to whatever tariff exists at that time. I see nothing in that legislation that changes that fact.
Excellent. Representative Thomas.
Thank you for being here. If you said it, I didn't hear it. Do you have an official position on this bill?
Oh, I'm sorry. We're in favor of this bill.
Okay, thank you.
I will say that the closure of the docket 22060 makes it feel less urgent. There are, as I said, a number of pending motions that could reopen the issues in that docket. There's the Public Utilities Commission has said that they're going to open an investigatory docket, and so at some point the urgency might reemerge, but the closure of the docket makes us feel.
Representative McGee.
And that docket, if I'm remembering correctly, was regarding net metering tariffs and also the value of distributed energy resources?
Yeah, so the sort of tick-tock of how we got where we are, in prior to 2016, there was a 100 megawatt cap on net metering. We were rapidly approaching that cap, and so a piece of legislation was introduced by Representative Edelblue, actually, that said that the PUC shall open a docket that will consider whether to eliminate that cap, and that's actually when the 2040 end date for net metering was created. Was they said, okay, we're gonna put in statute that net metering 1.0 will end in 2040. That was done in that legislation. The docket opened in 2016. The cap was eliminated in that docket. And net metering 2.0 was the result. They cut net metering. They cut the compensation level, particularly for small customer generators, which is like rooftop solar. And then from there, they said we're going to do this value of distributed energy resources study because there was not sufficient evidence in the docket to determine what just compensation was. That was really the conclusion. And so the VETR study was done. It came to the conclusion that there's not a ton of cost shifting going on, and that's what resulted in the new docket being opened.
Follow up?
So the follow-up would be, was the long-awaited VDER study, was that supposed to be a predecessor of us getting to the point where we identified an appropriate tariff? Like, we're still waiting.
That was the intent of the VDER study, is to kick off a new docket that would set compensation levels at a level that are just and reasonable. And what the PUC determined was that the existing net metering tariff is not resulting in cost shifting, and they opted to leave it alone for now. They closed the docket and have opened an investigation to keep pondering on this question of what is the next evolution of net metering.
Okay, seeing no further questions, want to thank you, Mr. Evans-Brown, and call next on Madeline Minot from the Hydropower Association. And I suspect Heidi Kroll as well.
Heidi is joining me. Thank you very much, representatives. The Granite State Hydropower Association supports this bill. As it's been said previously, this does not expand the net metering program in any way, and it aims to maintain and clarify the status quo in some specific areas. The spur of this has been, or was when it was introduced, the ongoing net metering docket that started in 2022. We, Granite State Hydropower Association, invested a lot of our resources to participate in that docket, mostly to protect currently participating members against retroactive changes. This should be something that we don't think we should have to be doing quite so intensely at the commission, but there's so much uncertainty that we feel like we have to. As was mentioned, that docket was recently closed. However, the commission is moving into an investigation phase. There is an appeal at the Supreme Court as well as motions for reconsideration. So this issue is not going away. We feel like there is just constant reevaluation and reconsideration at the commission of the net metering program. And so that creates quite a bit of instability and uncertainty for the projects that are participating in the program. The ISO New England registration issue, what is in this bill maintains the status quo. So for hydropower members that are that used to be QFs, when they switch to being a group net metering host, they are already registered in the energy and capacity markets. This is the same, we do net metering, group net metering, virtual net metering in other states. This is the same way that it's done in all New England states currently. When you switch from being a QF to being a group host, what happens is that you transfer your asset to the utility. That can be done immediately. And so any energy and capacity payments are transferred directly from ISO New England to the host utility. Those payments, as was testified in the net metering docket, can amount to millions of dollars per year that offset the cost of the net metering program to ratepayers. And so there is a cost savings to ratepayers of qualifying facilities continuing to participate in the ISO markets and transferring those revenues to the utilities. It is not at all double dipping. The group host does not get any of those revenues. It goes to the utilities to help offset the cost of the program. The reason that we want to clarify this is that this has been an ongoing debate at the PUC, whether or not the projects that are currently participating should be allowed to continue to participate. We see it as an insurance policy. If the legislature decided that net metering goes away tomorrow, in 24 hours, we can move our projects back to participating in the wholesale markets. If we are required to retire, it will take a tremendous amount of time. We will have completely stranded assets that can't put power on the grid because we have no way of making revenue. So that's why it's important to us to be able to do that. It does not in any way prevent a customer generator from voluntarily retiring from the markets. And so if there is an entity that wants to create an incentive for retiring from the markets, or an entity that wants to say, if you want me as your group member, you have to retire from the markets, the customer generator can absolutely make that decision. Regarding prospective changes to tariffs and grandfathering and eligibility criteria, we were not aware of the DOE's concerns. We see this as different, more the way that Clean Energy New Hampshire just described it. We are aiming to prevent retroactive changes to the current tariffs. And so if the commission creates a new tariff, that's a new tariff. We're not making a retroactive change to a current tariff. And we should absolutely clarify it, though, if there is confusion as to who this applies to. It's written in a paragraph where the legislature is directing the commission to do certain things on net metering. And so I read this that this restricts the commission from making changes to tariffs and not the legislature. So we should certainly clarify that this would prevent the commission and the department from making changes to the net metering program, but not the legislature could always obviously make changes to the law. Finally, the metering changes. For the past year or so, every existing facility that's applied to become a municipal host has had some delays regarding looking at their metering and whether or not it applies, whether or not changes are required. And so this language in here, which was developed in collaboration with some of the regulators and utilities, really aims to clarify for everyone what the requirements are and what's allowed. Do you have anything to add? Okay. We'll take any questions.
Okay, thank you. Questions for these ladies? Representative Kaplan, we'll start with you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for coming in today. Regarding lines 22 to 25, the new language in section 2, I might share the DOE's curiosity about the wording, because I just don't see how you can have changes that will only apply prospectively and also grandfathering that also will only apply prospectively. It seems to me that you can have one or the other. How can you have both? How can you have changes that will only be in the future, and also grandfathering that will only happen in the future.
So as Mr. Evans Brown stated, net metering 1.0 and 2.0, or the original net metering tariff and the alternative net metering tariff, are currently grandfathered to 2040. That was established in a commission order. And so if the commission decided tomorrow that they want to change that grandfathering to eliminate it, or it's only grandfathered to 2030, they could do that. Having this language would prevent them from changing the rules mid-game for the currently participating projects. So if, when they make a new tariff, net metering 3.0, they could say that has no grandfathering, or it has a 20-year rolling window, as some parties have advocated for in the docket, or something else.
It seems to me, follow-up, it seems to me that you need to clarify that language if you want to protect existing participants from changes in the tariff. So you'd want to clarify whether you want changes or grandfathering, one or the other.
Representative McGee. Sorry, I misread the hands. Representative Thomas.
Thank you. I understand the concern about retroactive changes, and that provides instability. But one of my concerns is, does this bill hobble the PUC for calling out abusive or exploitive behavior in already established situations?
I don't believe so. I'm not aware of that having occurred ever associated with net metering. Certainly there are current rules that say, a group host registration, for example, can be revoked if the host is not following the rules, not following their obligations, or, if there were complaints from their members, the department is currently able to act upon that. That doesn't change those rules.
Follow up.
Follow up.
So you don't have any concerns about the grandfathered projects that they wouldn't be seen as untouchable, as something you couldn't alter? I don't know if I'm being clear. I'm sorry.
No, so it doesn't change the eligibility criteria, but you have to be in good standing to continue to be a group host. So for example, if a group host stops filing their annual reports, they will have their group host registration revoked.
Got it. All right, thank you.
That maintains that status quo.
Representative Harrington.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. Getting back to section 1 of the bill here, I'm trying to just follow what you had said earlier. You were talking about a facility was a QF, that goes away, so they become a customer generator or a group host. And I believe you said then their output is transferred to the utility that they participate with.
Yep.
So at that point, is their output considered a load reduction for the purposes of calculating transmission capacity and so forth?
My understanding is that most of the utilities currently do not account for net metered load as load reduction, and there is no compensation for acting as a load reducer.
Can follow up? So I'm trying to figure out why they need to stay in the ISO electric markets. If they transfer their generation output basically to the utility, and the utility takes it however they use it, and I'm assuming they use it to say they have less load, because I would think they would use it to reduce the amount of capacity they're charged with, for example. They have to buy. Why does the former QF, why do they need to stay in the ISO electric market? What advantage does that give them, since they're not bidding into the market actively, it sounds like?
As I said, for us, it's sort of an insurance policy that if something happens to net metering, we can go back to being a wholesale market participant.
But you wouldn't be actively
very
bidding.
Quickly. We wouldn't be actively bidding in the capacity auctions?
In the capacity of energy markets or the aux services markets?
Well, we're price takers, so we don't actively bid, but we do continue to participate in both the energy and the capacity markets.
Okay, follow up?
Follow up.
Getting a little confused. So if you assign your output to the utility,
Yep.
and then you're also being in, when you say you're a price taker, that means you simply take whatever the clearing price of the LMP is.
Yep.
So you're also bidding your output into the LMP by yourself?
We are not, no.
Okay, but the utility's bidding it in, or as, they're either bidding it in as production, or they're taking it as a load reduction.
They are being compensated for both energy at the hourly LMP
Yeah.
as well as capacity revenues. And that revenue is going to the utility. The utility has testified that they use that revenue that they receive from market participants to offset the cost of the net metering program to ratepayers.
Okay, and you don't bid it all into the daily markets then?
We do not actively manage our assets once they are transferred to the utilities.
All right, thank you.
Okay, additional questions?
I was just going to add, if I could, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Ms. Kroll.
Thank you. In terms of the process for delisting, if a generator is required to delist from ISO, the process to relist, should, for example, the net metering program go away, is going to be the better part of a year to go through that process again. So I think the point was made earlier, but the fact of the matter would be that these generators, the state and the consumers would not be getting the benefit of the power, and you'd have entities that were not making any revenue, any income during that period. And as we know, the hydro facilities, beyond the production, there's a lot of benefits associated with maintaining and operating the dams from, a safety perspective there. So there's that piece to, take into consideration as well.
Okay, good point. Thank you. All right, seeing no further questions, we'll next call on Michael Licata of Eversource to give us his perspective on this legislation. Good morning and welcome back.
Good morning. Michael Licata, representing Eversource Energy. Appreciate the opportunity to testify before you today. Just wanted to hopefully add a little bit of clarity, especially on that Section 1 issue that there seems to be a lot of questions about. I think Ms. Minot did a fantastic job explaining it. So essentially, previous qualifying facilities who wish to participate in the net energy metering program assign their output to the utility. We bid that into the ISO markets, the energy and capacity market, and the revenues that the utility receives from those sales go directly back to customers as an offset to the net metering program through the stranded cost recovery charge. So the facility is being compensated at the net metering retail rate. The utility is taking the energy, selling it into the market, again, as an offset. And you can see this. It's actually quite a transparent process. We do file this regularly for approval of our stranded cost recovery charge. So just to give you a sense of scale, as Ms. Minot said, it is in the millions of dollars. From February 2023 to January 2024, this was a revenue offset of $4.1 million. And from February 2024 to January of 2025, it was $3.5 million. So as you can see, it is considerable revenue, and I would agree with Ms. Minot's and Ms. Kroll's description that this is sort of enshrining the current process into law. There has been discussion about preventing these facilities from being market participants. Again, I remember a bill on this, I believe it was last year, and we did testify that that would put upward pressure on this part of the rates. And then just the only other item to share is, again, Ms. Minot accurately described the process on the metering question section. I am certainly not an expert, but she did work with the experts at Eversource and I believe other utilities to come up with a compromise language, and we are certainly comfortable with that section as well. And I'd be happy to try to answer any questions that I can.
So you're comfortable with Section 3 of the bill?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Licata? Representative McGee?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This time I definitely had my hand up. So I had actually heard about these concerns that this bill, I think, was designed to address beforehand. And I'm sorry if earlier I wasn't seeing that that was what this bill was. But would you agree with the assessment that this is really designed to create stability for those people that are participating currently in net metering as these types of generators? In other words, it's a stabilizing bill that just merely gives them the security of understanding that the deal that they have is going to continue as they expect it to, and that any changes, the language that comes between 22 and 25 just basically says any changes that are going to affect all of these things are going to be prospective in nature. They're not going to be backward looking. So that's what they're asking for, right?
Yeah, working with, so the bill wasn't at the request of Eversource, but I will say working with the stakeholders who are advocating for it, that is certainly their intention, at least my understanding of it.
Additional questions? Representative Harrington?
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. I can see it spring by the lack of facial hair. The paragraph, section 1 there, I'm just trying to get, it appears that from what I've heard is this is sort of this like a just-in-case thing, safety valve. If for some reason net metering goes away, they will be able to instantly bid into the ISO markets. Is there something prompting this, or is it just a just-in-case safety valve?
So my understanding is that there have been previous efforts, both at the legislature and discussions at the Public Utilities Commission, to prohibit these facilities from participating in the ISO markets. And so I believe this is an attempt, and as Mr. Evans-Brown and Ms. Minot had testified, given the closure of the net metering proceeding, there's maybe a little bit less urgency, but the idea is to put into statute that that these facilities may continue to be a part of the participate in the ISO markets.
Follow up?
Follow up.
Yeah, and just so I'm clear then, this would allow them to participate in either or, but they can't do both simultaneously, correct? They're either net metering with the utility taking the output, or they're bidding in themselves as an energy supplier, a capacity supplier in the ISO markets. One or the other, right?
That's absolutely correct. Under no circumstance is the facility both getting net metering from the utility and revenues from the market. Either they're getting net metering from the utility or they're participating in the market. In these instances, they're getting net metering from the utility, and the utility is taking that output, receiving the revenues to the benefit of customers.
We'll hear some more on this question in just a minute. Representative McGee has a question.
Yeah, just the follow-on was something that was mentioned earlier, and that is that it sounded like the reason for the dual titles for these generators is that there's a delay, that they can't really sustain that delay if they have to switch from one to the other. They need to be eligible to participate in both at the same time in order to not be put out of business or have downtime and not be able to maintain their operations, basically. That's what it sounded like from the testimony.
Yeah, I think Ms. Kroll and Ms. Minot talked about if they were, for whatever reason, decided to no longer participate in the net metering program, and they had previously been required to delist from ISO. That sounds like a lengthy process in order to re-register.
Representative Thomas.
Thank you. This bill has a lot of regulatory language about the types of meters and who pays for them. Traditionally, when we're in a situation like that, utilities and developers can interpret the language differently. Do you have any concerns, or do you anticipate any legal disputes from the utilities regarding the language in this bill?
No, I believe, and thank you for the question. It's a good one. The intent of this legislation is to actually clarify the roles and responsibilities and regulations around these meters. And we did work cooperatively with the proponents of this bill, and we are comfortable with this language, and I believe they are as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Corman has a question.
Thank you. So just to make sure I understand your answer to Representative Harrington's question, it's an either or. You're either net metering or you're participating in the markets. But if you're net metering, you don't have to actually delist as a participant. You're a participant, but you're not actually bidding in during the time that you're net metering. Is that the right interpretation?
Sort of. I'll just maybe tweak the last bit there, which is if you're receiving net, this applies to specific generators, but if you are receiving net metering, the utility is taking ownership of your output. The utility is bidding that into the market. The utility is receiving the revenues from that. Again, the generator is simply getting net metering rates, and then the utility uses that those revenues as a reduction to the cost of the net metering program to the benefit of customers. Again, at no point is the facility receiving net metering credits and receiving revenues from the market.
Okay, seeing no further questions, we want to thank you. We're going to give the last word on this legislation to the Honorable Clifton Bilo, who will have some interesting things, I think, to say about this legislation. And I'll remind Mr. Bilo that it is 11 o'clock and you will be standing between members and lunch. So I know your testimony can often be voluminous, and we always find it fascinating, but I would ask you to just be cognizant of the time of day.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I put the voluminous part in the attachments here that I won't be going through. So my testimony is just on the first page. So I will try to be very brief. And it concerns just the first part of the bill. And from my point of view, there's three serious problems with this clause. The main problem is that such a law, and I don't believe any other New England states have this provision in law, but I'm not sure of that, would be contrary to the Federal Power Act and FERC's jurisdiction over rates in interstate commerce, and is likely to be found invalid if challenged at FERC or in federal court on basically the exact same grounds that Senate Bill 365 of 2018 that sought to require Eversource to pay more than the ISO New England market value for power from the Burgess and other biomass plants. And that law also allowed the utility to recover those additional costs, the difference between retail rates and what they earn in the market, to recover those costs. Is directly analogous to what the first part of this bill does. The other second problem is that this dual market participation in both New Hampshire net metering and interstate wholesale market run by ISO New England means that the approximately 50 generators that have been doing this will not be treated as load reducers. That should be clear to everyone. Thus, they actually produce less value than what they are paid for under net metering, to the tune of some $3 million per year or more in additional costs to New Hampshire ratepayers. The assertion that this actually saves ratepayer money to allow this dual market participation is just, I would say, patently incorrect. The evidence in the net metering docket, the value of DER study showed rather conclusively, and it's not hard to think about, that there's more value functioning as a load reducer than as a market participant. The third problem is that enacting this circumvents the PUC from further considering this issue that was pending before them in the net metering docket. However, the PUC is now closing that docket, leaving the status quo in place, which allows dual market participation to continue while they open an investigation to further consider this dual market participation and other issues. I just want to note that this is my testimony as an individual citizen, not on behalf of the Community Power Coalition, which is neutral on the overall bill, which in some sense I am as well, because I think the second and third parts have merit. However, in the net metering docket, I did testify on behalf of the coalition in favor of the commission requiring customer generators participating in net meter under new tariffs to not also register with ISO New England, so they could be treated as load reducers, producing more value for New Hampshire than what they get from ISO New England. That's basically it. I just point out that the attachments on the second page of my testimony are a number of links that go to elaborations on this point, as well as 3 attachments, the first of which was a part of our post-hearing reply brief that discusses this issue in some detail. Attached to that was, which is attachment B here, is an explanation, and I'll just show this up. The yellow highlighting on page 10 of this document does show the components of the value of distributed energy, which is not realized if you're a market participant. These are values only realized if you're a load reducer. So for different types, it means that 80 to almost 90% of the value is not realized. There is offsetting revenue, and that's sort of on page 11, briefly details that. Tried to get that data in the net metering docket. Eversource said it was unable to produce it. I think we did a fairly accurate calculation, which is that the value, if these were treated as load reducers, the 50-odd market participants, would be about $7.2 million. For this period of time, there was about $4 million in revenue, so there's about $3 million in foregone savings to New Hampshire ratepayers, which is realized both in additional transmission costs that we would otherwise be avoiding that translates directly into the part of the transmission rate, as well as the energy output when it's a load reducer functions to reduce across the board what has to be bought from ISO New England. And that in itself makes it more valuable. I could go on in some length about this, but I don't want to hold this up. And there's lots of background, but my recommendation is to not move on section 1, to either give it some time to study or let the PUC investigate. There's not the urgency because the commission has left the status quo in place.
Well, that was excellent. You managed to cover a lot of ground and not take up a huge amount of time. We appreciate that. However, we are going to ask you some questions.
Okay.
We can't let you walk away without some questions.
Yes.
So it would seem to me that this is a wonderful opportunity for you to try to explain to us just what the advantages of load reduction are, and also explain to us how to quantify load reduction in a way that is meaningful, so that we can see what the benefits of load reduction are.
Okay, and I'll try to be brief. On page 9, the commission sort of asked the same question. And the settling parties, which included the utilities, Clean Energy New Hampshire, and the Hydro Association, put forth an estimate, which is sort of shown on that chart, of the potential savings, or what the value of that output was. And they estimated it was on the order of $36 million. Which is in the same order of magnitude as the compensation being paid to net metered resources. There's a separate issue that's discussed here, but the components, if going back to page 10, and take for the hydro, for instance, when you function as a load reducer, which almost all of the over 16,000 net metered customer generators do in fact function as load reducers, It's just, if you're not in the ISO New England market, that's how it's treated, meaning that you reduce the amount of load that has to be bought from ISO New England by whatever you reduce the consumption, net consumption on the distribution grid, because it's measured at the interconnection between transmission and distribution. So right now, all of that output of the 16,000 plus that are not market participants is treated as unaccounted for energy because they're not specifically accounting for it. But where that goes, it goes into the calculation for load settlement that ends up reducing the apparent losses, line losses, transformation losses, to the point where some hours of the year it's actually negative. This came out in discovery in the net metering docket. But what we actually know is it's only on the order of 3 or 4%, meaning for every 1 megawatt of load you serve at retail, you're buying 1.3 or 1.4 megawatts from ISO New England on average. Now, the line loss studies indicate that should be up in the range of 6 or 7%, but it's actually quite a bit lower, sometimes as low as just 1 or 2%, some days, some months. And that is because all this unaccounted for energy, they have to reconcile the loads between retail load and wholesale load, and all this unaccounted for energy goes to reduce what we buy from ISO New England. All of the suppliers know what that number is because they get the data on their customer sales, how much is billed, and how much is they have to buy from ISO New England. And Eversource's own numbers in another docket indicate that most of the time, even for them, it can be quite low, just a few percent, much lower than the published line losses. So that's one way that savings are realized. It's a little bit concealed. It's not very transparent, but it is real. And it is, for us, for the Community Power Coalition, we've consistently taken into account that value for unaccounted for energy, and it contributes to our gross margin, which then contributes directly to the rate that we can charge. So that's one component. The other big one is transmission. Transmission costs are allocated based on each state or each utility share of the hourly system peak for each month of the year. So there's 12 hours of the year, the highest hour in each month. And whatever your load is, that, compared to the rest of New England, is what you get charged for transmission. When you participate in the market, even though functionally it actually, if you're putting the power onto the distribution grid, it lowers what would normally have to be bought from ISO New England. But if you're a market participant, they do what's called load reconstitution, which gets a little complicated. But basically they say, here's the output from these 50 generators that are market participants. Here's your apparent load from measuring at transmission. We're going to add back in. We're going to reconstitute that load by the amount of power that was put out by market participants, as if they were producing the power somewhere else and putting it on the transmission grid and delivering it to us. So in the evidence, in the net metering docket, is we analyzed all the data that we could get, in terms of different types. And over the course of, I think, 10 different sets of data, including the 10 largest hydros and the 10 largest PV systems, what we found is that if you look at their total output, the value of that in terms of reducing transmission costs for each kilowatt hour they produce ranges from 1 to 2 cents a kilowatt hour, which adds up to a lot of money. And so that's why for much of the $3 million that we're foregoing is avoided transmission costs. And that has no intermediary. It gets directly put into an account called the Transmission Cost Adjustment Mechanism, and they raise and lower the transmission rate that everyone pays based on what those total transmission charges are. So that can be quantified. It requires interval metering, but all these large projects that participate in the ISO New England market have meters. And, we tried to get the data for all of the market participants. Eversource couldn't produce it, but they gave us the 10 largest hydros and the 10 largest PV. And that's what we found. There's literally millions on an annual basis in transmission costs that we could be avoiding that we lose out on because of these 50 odd projects that continue as market participants.
Excellent. So I'll apologize to the members for leading us down that little bit of a rat hole, but I thought that it might be important to understand that for future legislation. Representative Harrington has a question for you.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. So I'm trying to get this straight. I understand what you're saying about load reduction, and I think it would also be, you'd also be some savings in the capacity market, because for every megawatt you save, that's like 1.2 you don't buy, because
Right.
they reserve margin. But what was just described is that where the net meterer basically turns their output over to the utility then bids that into the energy market. You're saying that operation does not take advantage of calcifying as load reduction, which would be a greater savings in selling the power?
Exactly,
Okay,
yes.
So this, what we're doing right now is what you're saying is should not be done. We should do this alternate approach.
Yes. Although, to be clear, the coalition ended up saying, just to avoid unnecessary litigation, let's take a carrot approach and say, if you, for instance, Clean Energy New Hampshire in the docket proposed that large generators get some credit for avoided transmission costs, like small ones do. Under up to 100 kW, you get 100% credit for exports to the grid against your transmission costs. You get nothing if you're over 100. So there's a proposal to give some. We also support it based on actual measured value rather than just a sort of stipulated number. Well, the problem with that proposal is it would give credit to these 50 large generators that are market participants that don't actually produce avoided transmission costs. But we thought, okay, well, if and when the commission decides to give some credit, perhaps for actual avoided transmission costs, then you could say you only get that if you're not a market participant because you don't otherwise reduce transmission costs.
So follow up?
Yes, go ahead.
So it sounds like you're talking about maybe a third option. Let me see if I get this straight. The first option would be the way it was done in the past. These producers just bid into the market with their own power on the day ahead and real time markets, the capacity markets, everything. Then there's the way that was being described by Eversource, where the producer, the net metering facility, gets paid the net metering rate, and they basically turn their generation over to the utility, who then bids it into the real-time markets, takes that revenue to reduce net metering costs. You're proposing a third one where the utility would take the output from the net metering and count that as a load reduction to ISO New England and save additional money that way?
They don't have to do anything to have it treated as load reduction. It just happens. It's just the way it works.
But they can't do both, right? They can't
They
bid
can't
into
do
the
both.
market.
If they're a market participant, then all of their output is added, the apparent load is reconstituted as if that power had never been put onto the distribution grid, and instead it pretends as if it was delivered over the transmission grid. So you pay for the delivery of that power in essence.
Okay, thank you.
Representative McGee has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Belo, for taking my question. So I think, you pretty clearly established that there's additional value that can be attributed to those who act as load reducers, but who does the value go to? Because in the proposition that we have, right, I think what we're hearing from the generators is that this helps their model work the way they provide their energy and their capacity to the utilities in order to have them deal with the market. But if this section 1 doesn't go through as it is, and they're not allowed to participate in the way that's listed here, then what would it do to their value stack or their income model?
Well,
Because it sounds like the value goes to the system generally more than it does to the generator.
Well, they're getting compensated at a rate that is higher than the value that they produce, because most of the value that they produce is just the LMP and the capacity payments. As a load reducer, they produce additional value. And particularly for these large projects, because they don't get any avoided transmission credit. When you factor that value in, you can argue, as we did, that if anything, large generators getting the full default service rate are somewhat undercompensated because they're not getting credit for avoided transmission costs. But on the other hand, if they're a market participant, I think they're arguably being overcompensated. And what they seem to want is to say, we want to be able at our option to take whichever one's going to produce more margin or profit for us. And I will say that when this issue first came up a couple of years ago in the net metering docket, we inquired of ISO New England, and the indication that we got is if you're already interconnected and have been a market participant in the past, that it's actually not. You can re-register within a month or two. The thing that you would take longer is to qualify for capacity payment. So somebody could fairly quickly re-register. And if they saw that, for instance, the legislature was just going to repeal net metering, they could go ahead and start the process so they'd be ready by the time that occurred. But it seems extremely unlikely to me that the net metering compensation rate will ever be less than just ISO New England market participation, because then the default service rate wouldn't be covering the cost of power. So that's all.
Of course.
I guess the follow-up then would be, I'm not sure I still have an answer as to, so if they become a load reducer officially, then where is the additional value or compensation coming from? Is ISO paying them at a higher rate, or how is that additional money being allocated?
If they retired from, and it, again, our inquiries with ISO New England was that retirement can happen fairly quickly, except unless you have a capacity obligation, which most of these do have. And that depends on the market for capacity. You may be able to assign that, sort of unwind that, but that can take a while. And it can take, over a year when you don't bid into capacity before, if you have a capacity obligation to resolve that. So there's nothing right now that requires them to retire at any point. This is a practice that has been allowed. It is not universal throughout New England. Maine, for instance, requires all net meter to make a choice. You're either going to be a market participant or you're going to function as a load reducer. And there's different compensation schemes for each, for instance. So they don't. Maine has structured it so they're not allowing dual participation. Other states, I don't really know. Although I will point out that Unitil came forward with a 4.9 megawatt solar single tracker project, and they said, we're not going to register it because it produces more value as a load reducer. And they went through the calculation and quantified that additional value. And DOE and Clean Energy New Hampshire were part of the settlement that endorsed that finding, and I will say Eversource, in their own in their distribution rate case, also indicated that they plan to develop a number of projects like Unitil's that will not be market participants and function as load reducer because of the higher value that they produce as such. So even Eversource sort of understands that at one level, that load reducer projects as not market participants can produce more value.
Go ahead.
When you say all this stuff, it's just... Okay, so so you mentioned that in Maine, they've defined the two different pricing structures. They've said this, the value stack for a load reducer is this, and the value stack if you're bidding into the capacity market is that. Do we have that definition, even though the information is available and we can figure out that there is this additional value to being a load reducer? Does the state of New Hampshire have those values defined? Because it doesn't sound like we do. So just because Maine does doesn't mean anybody would want to.
We don't have them defined in any tariff structure, no. I can send you a slide deck that the Central Maine Power provided that explains how they these two different approaches that they use.
Yes, could you share that with the entire committee,
Sure,
please?
sure.
Representative Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Belo. Always informative. But I'm having a problem with your use of the term and your placement in your testimony of the term, and you've said it many times, dual market participation. When we heard in testimony from Ms. Minot and Ms. Kroll and Mr. Licata that they do not, the facilities do not, in fact, participate in both markets at the same time. Rather, what they're going after, what they're trying to get is the ability to maintain their registration in the ISO New England market in case the net metering goes away. So my question is, are you not sensitive to that concern of theirs, that the re-registration process can take a while? I mean, I just heard you say you didn't think it does, but they're not looking to double dip. They all said, in no case, we're not double dipping. We're not participating in both markets at the same time. We're just maintaining the ability to. Just please.
Just to be technical, the generator, the facility is participating in both markets, a FERC jurisdictional interstate wholesale market and a state jurisdictional net metering program in which they're selling their surplus to the utility under state jurisdiction. And simply put, what FERC has said very clearly, and again, I invite you to read parts of their order on New Hampshire legislation that RAG wasted taxpayer money defending because it was struck down. And, you know, at the time, the consumer advocate forewarned them, and I also tried to forewarn then Senator Bradley, because he was advocating for the bill, that this was not going to work. And sure enough, it didn't work. But the point is, FERC's point of view is if you're participating in their markets, then the rate you get in New England is what you clear for at the LMP and the capacity. And states, if they add something to that, which essentially we're adding the difference between that compensation and what you get net metering, then that is a state interfering with a federal jurisdictional rate. And that's where the courts, right up to the Supreme Court, have upheld that position. States can't add to the compensation that generators get for their energy or capacity, which is what you get in net metering. You're getting compensated for that on top of what you get in the FERC jurisdictional markets. I mean, it's sort of that simple. So I think the fear that they may have to switch back quickly is something of a red herring, because I just can't imagine there's either the commission or this legislature's just going to, without advance warning, completely phase out net metering or make it so it's less financially attractive than market participation. It's theoretically possible, but.
Thank you.
Okay, well, it sounds like we've learned a lot this morning, and we really appreciate you being here to give us that instruction.
Thank you.
Having no more pink cards on this legislation, I'm going to close the public hearing on Senate Bill 232. And we will now break for lunch. We will return at 1 p.m. to hear Senate Bill 233, establishing an energy reliability and large-scale storage task force. And after that, Senate Bill 108, relative to the Department of Energy. So have a good lunch, and we'll see you at 1 o'clock. All right, welcome back to ST&E for Monday, the 7th of April, our afternoon session. We have two bills to hear this afternoon. One is Senate Bill 223, establishing an energy reliability and large-scale storage task force, and Senate Bill 108 relative to the Department of Energy. So we'll start with Senate Bill 233, and I'll call on the prime sponsor of the legislation, Senator David Waters. Welcome back, Senator.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Senator David Waters to introduce Senate Bill 233. Let me start by saying that I appreciate the conversations that Representatives Lay and Bernardi have had with some of the folks interested in this bill. And so you will see that there's an amendment that reflects some of those conversations just for you to have some consideration of. And I think that what I will do is start with the first two sections of the bill, which remain, and then switch over to the proposed amendment if you have that in front of you. By way of background, this is one of many bills we have in the legislature to try to deal with reliability issues. And that has certainly been identified as a real challenge, a reliability shortage, growth in electricity demand, loss of generating capacity, and then, you know, the problem of intermittent resources, whatever the renewables may be, they are intermittent. And so how do we account for that? Because at this point in time, we know what the impact of having to use peaker plants has been to drive up our costs for our ratepayers. So this bill emerged originally to try to look at particularly storage technologies, but the conversation is to see, as I switch over to the amendment, is to look at all new energy technologies that will address short-term and long-term reliability needs. I think that's an important broadening out from simply some of the storage technologies, and I think it also importantly notes here to identify market-based solutions to support the growth of storage as a means of enhancing system reliability, stability, and affordability. I think that makes a lot of sense. And as you can see from the bill, we have some definitions of the new energy technologies. Nuclear is included here, as well as energy storage, as both potentially could address reliability issues, and then a very brief definition of energy storage system. And let me talk to that a little bit before I get to the duties. In originally bringing this bill forward, it seemed to me we're seeing fast-paced development of technology around storage. There had been a proposal for a study a couple of years ago on this issue, but that study never got off the ground because of changes in personnel over at the DOE. So it was time, now the technology is even more rapidly developing, to have this kind of a task force to look at storage and nuclear and reliability concerns. There are a lot of different kinds of capacities in storage. There's some relatively short-term storage batteries that you might get a couple hours out. There's some medium terms that you might get, you know, up to 10 hours. And then with the new technologies of form batteries and particularly flow battery technology, you're looking at 24 hours. All of these emergent technologies would certainly raise some issues around each one of them, but also have some real some real potential to deal with the reliability and storage and to get us away from the peak demand cost spikes. So if you'll see how the task force is made up, I would say it's got the usual suspects on it and some good appointments from the governor and other folks who have some important information about this. And please do notice again on lines 18 on page 2 of the amendment, develop market-based solutions. And I think here the question will be, you know, how might incentivization be for these in terms of if a technology of a certain kind of battery project might guarantee that or demonstrate that there are savings to ratepayers by shaving peak. Is there some kind of incentive structure that we might want to have that? and then how we're going to, deal with whatever interconnection issues there may be and how we evaluate that as well. So you'll see down at the duties, we have some reports that are structured in terms of the number of years in which these technologies might be expected to be ready to market. And again, I think that makes a lot of sense. There's some available now, but some of the form and flow technologies with beta passive storage are going to be a couple years down the road. So that's why you see the different breaking out of the time periods for the for this group and different reporting dates as well. So just back up to line 13 of page 2, the duties here: investigate the current and growing electricity reliability challenges, role of energy storage. That includes, the batteries and potentially other kinds of storage, as well as the nuclear as well. And then, as I mentioned before, the market-based and perhaps an indexing storage credit model to incentivize that. So, Mr. Chairman, it's not exactly a work in progress, but I have appreciated already the contributions of Representatives Lay and Bernardi to get us to think about some things that might be included in it. And so I'll be glad to take any questions.
Well, thank you, Senator. I'm sure we have a few. I'd like to start by asking if you could explain the difference between a task force and a commission.
Yeah, in a way, it could be called either in a sense, but because of the provision that have been passed about the requirements of a majority of legislators on commissions, even though they're notwithstanding there, I thought calling it a task force made some more sense.
Okay, thank you. Questions for the senator? Vice Chair Thomas has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Just curious, we just mentioned task force commission. How is this task force any different than the 10-year energy plan? And would they mesh together, or are they duplicative? So what's your view on that?
Well, thanks for the question. I think in some ways they run in parallel, but this is much more focused, and that it is this group will be able to more nimbly look at emerging technologies and to hear from people who might be interested in investing them and deploying them. And so I think that it is something that instead of waiting for another 10 years for a state energy plan, we have the opportunity right now to do the work the legislature wants done on these technologies. And I think that you can see, the reporting dates, every few years, the report coming out depending on different technologies, and it would let the legislature be able to act, I think, more nimbly than we might otherwise.
Follow up.
Thank you. So would you envision, although I'm not sure I see it in here, would you envision that this task force would have a hook that would tie into a periodic update of the 10-year energy plan?
Well, it's an interesting question. Thanks for the question. And being aware of how the energy plan is put together, they certainly have an eye on what we do. But they're taking a much different approach in some ways in terms of what that plan does. So I don't think there's a conflict here, but I think it's important for the legislature to be able to look into issues in a timely fashion and to do it as a legislature rather than the executive branch.
Representative Harrington has a question.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question, Senator. Given, I think, if you look on page 15, one of the key things added to this is in New England markets, because let's face it, we're not a singular New Hampshire market here. Given that, was there any thought of adding someone, say, from NESCO or even ISO New England to the task force, which I think would be very helpful to keeping us informed of what was going on with other states and possibly coordinate with other states? We do have NESCO that would down there. That would be one option.
Well, thanks for your question. And Representative, I say, in some of these things, best, right? Because of your experience. Whether it be some complication about them actually being involved in state policy. There might be, certainly this group can call anybody in they want. But as I said, I think that you'd be the best judge of whether that be an effective strategy.
Representative Corman has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. I actually have a couple of questions here. First one is, I notice in the amended bill that we got today, it says something about repealing the responsibility of the DOE to investigate energy storage, and I just don't see anything about that in the amendment. And my other question is specifically about lines 20 to 21. What is an indexing storage credit model?
Could I start one at a time? Because I started to think about the first one. I didn't listen to the second.
Oh.
Okay. Sorry. Let's see. I think that because it says on line 15, amend the bill by replacing section 2 with the following, that those other sections about the repeal of the task force that never met, that those stand from the original bill. Okay, so I think the construction here is you've got the paragraph 3, you have the original bill as paragraphs 1 and 2, and then paragraph 3, and then it's section 2 of the original bill that's getting replaced here. So those other sections would stand, I think.
And the second question was, what is, where am I here? An indexing storage credit model.
I think we're going to hear some testimony about that further on, but this is that issue that I mentioned where you might set up an index whereby if a storage project is shown to shave peak costs by certain amounts, you might index those savings to reimbursement. So there's some states that do that or look into that, and it's something we might want to take a look at how that would work.
Additional questions, Representative Thomas.
Thank you for being back again, Senator. So this task force would include 2 members of the House, 1 member of the Senate, 1 representative of DOE, 1 representative of the business community, and 3 public members representing developers of energy storage systems. Are there any concerns that it would be industry-driven outcomes for this?
Well, thanks for the question, and it's a good question. I think it's awfully good to bring people who are in the industry and might be the ones to make an investment to come in. But what does this group have the authority to do? Make reports. It's we in the legislature who will make the decision about what makes sense and what might become enacted or not. So I think there would be a very good and productive partnership in this composition. But again, if the committee feels that there should be some adjustments to it, your infinite wisdom, as always, will be admired by the Senate.
Follow up.
Do you believe me?
Follow up.
Okay.
Yeah, and the final report is due on June 1st, 2026, which is about 1.5 years from now. Are you concerned about this delaying any action by pushing things down the road until 2026?
Thanks for the question. That's not that far away. You know, and I don't think it's going to delay anything that I don't. But you know, isn't it true that if there's something we have to do in the legislature, even if this hasn't finished its work, we'll do it, right? So I hear what you're saying, but I think that's okay.
Thank you.
Representative Bernardi has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm going to turn you to the definitions and of the 3 flavors of energy storage systems. That's 374 1 or Roman 1, and then 1, 2, and 3. You got and 4. You've got reliable duration energy storage system, long duration energy storage systems, and multi-day energy storage systems. And they're different hours. I ask you perspective on this, but it seems to me that the reliability duration storage system is really short term. And that's a better term for general understanding. Would
Yeah.
you agree?
Yeah, thanks for the question. And Representative, you know, responding to that concern, if you look to the amendment,
Yeah.
we kind of took out those other ones because we just have two there.
All right.
Energy storage
missed that.
system means any technology that's capable of absorbing energy, storing energy for a period of time, and redelivering the energy. And I think
I
that
see that.
was a useful suggestion that was made because it does, slicing and dicing it the way this did just started to get a little crazy making. So,
Thank you.
yeah.
Further questions? Vice Chair Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. One more time, on page 2, and we're talking about the amendment, but
Yep.
the line 7 and 8, could you differentiate what you envision to be when you mention energy markets as opposed to energy technologies, and what type of representatives from the public would that entail?
Yeah. Thanks for the question. So the energy markets, I think, would get to that issue about what's going to be cost effective, what's going to be market based in terms of determining that. And I think it's also in particular those issues of what are the potential incentive structures or regulatory structures that might be, that based on market forces might make some sense. Because I mentioned that, you know, potential that if you had an indexing program, I think that's somebody who has some market experience would help with. And then I think other folks would be more on top of what the actual technologies are. So that's why it's phrased that way. If that makes sense to you.
Right. Could
Follow-up.
you give an example of, like you're talking about, maybe an economist as opposed to an engineer between the two?
Well, thanks for the question. I mean, there are people whose job it is to study energy markets. And I can think of a couple at some academic institutions, but certainly we know that there are folks associated, you know, ISO New England, they're one of the 3 things they regulate is energy markets. So, you know, there are people around who do this, and I would suspect for the Public Utilities Commission that they have go-to people as well. So I'm at the very edge of my knowledge, as you can probably tell by the way I'm talking, okay? Yeah, thank you.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you, Senator, for introducing this legislation. Let's hear next from Meg Stone at the Department of Energy. Good afternoon, Ms. Stone.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. I'm Meg Stone, Legislative Liaison with the Department of Energy. The department is neutral on this bill. I will be very brief for you today. We have no concerns with the bill as it passed the Senate, and the department is happy to participate in this task force. The amendment from the Senate addressed the main concerns the department brought up at the time. And we did see a draft of the amendment at the end of last week. And if it remains consistent with that, just tweaking some of the duties, we are fine with that amendment as well. And that is all I have for you today. Like I said, I was very brief.
Brevity is appreciated. Representative Thomas has a question.
Thank you. So this is a task force to look at, to look at large scale storage. Do you see any value in including small scale storage in this task force as well?
I think if the legislature thinks that that's something you would like to look at, I don't think that there's a problem.
Thank you.
So the amendment to the bill says that this task force shall be administratively attached to the Department of Energy. What is your understanding of what that means?
So my understanding of administratively attached is we would do anything administrative for the task force, whether it's posting minutes for them or anything that our business office may be able to help with that.
Okay, thank you. Representative McGee, excuse me.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mine's related also to the specific amended analysis that number 2 says that it repeals the statute related to the Department of Energy investigation of energy storage and certain references to the definition of energy storage. Are you aware of any of the status of the investigation of that energy storage on behalf of the Department of Energy, and whether us repealing the department's individual inquiry would affect their ability to effectively participate in the task force? Like, should we not tell you to not do that just because we're having a task force?
So I believe that there was an investigation that started at one point. This was prior to my time there. That I think there was a bill maybe in the last term that would have refreshed that investigation, and I believe it. I don't remember if it didn't pass the House or it got retained in committee, but either way, it didn't move forward, so that was paused. So I think that this would just be a refresh of maybe taking a deeper look into the same issues that investigation was doing.
Follow up.
So is your answer that right now the Department of Energy is not undertaking an investigation of energy storage?
Correct. It was stale at the, if this is the same one, I believe it was kind of stale at the time, and that after that bill stalled last year, it didn't continue for a variety of reasons. Yep.
Seeing no further questions, I want to thank you for being here this afternoon. Next, we'll call on Sarah Jackson from Form Energy. I'm not sure you've ever been here before, so welcome. Thank you. Please press the button to turn on the mic. Thank you.
It shows, right? Thank you very much. This is my first time visiting you all here in New Hampshire, and I really appreciate the convening of this hearing so that we could bring our show our support for the bill and just let you know a little bit more about our technology. I am from Form Energy. My name is Sarah Jackson. I am the Senior Policy Manager at Form Energy, which is a technology and manufacturing company. We, as Senator Waters mentioned, we build a 100-hour duration battery, so that is nearly 5 days of energy that our battery can provide. The battery is made from iron, air, and water, so we use a reversible rusting process to charge and discharge our battery, which essentially means we rust a metal plate, an iron plate inside of our battery cells, and that allows us to charge and store energy and then discharge that energy for up to 100 hours at a time. These batteries are being made right now in West Virginia at our first manufacturing plant that just came online last fall. And the batteries were actually designed, our company is about 7 years old, if I'm doing my math right. Actually 8, because it's 2025. About 8 years old, and the product was created to serve reliability purposes. And so this task force is very exciting. We feel like we can come in and show the value that our battery can bring to New Hampshire and to New England. We have, some of you may have heard, we have a project that we're hoping to build in Maine. It will be the largest, actually by energy, it'll be the largest battery in the world, but by size, it's actually pretty small. It fits in the footprint of the old pulp and paper mill in Lincoln. And we think that it really has the potential to solve a lot of the reliability challenges we see up in that region in particular, about just there being a lot of potential for energy and that energy not being able to get out because of a constrained transmission system. And then just the ability to use these batteries to support reliability, to help integrate intermittent resources like wind and solar that we see growing across the region, and to help provide reliability benefits in place of plants that are retiring and going away, but that serve that reliability need that we all depend on across New England. So, you know, our batteries can operate very much like a peaker plant, that it can run for multiple days at a time, unlike many of our existing resources that are either intermittent and dependent on the weather, or just only have a short amount of storage available and then need to be recharged in what could be an already stressed system. And so our ability to hold energy and discharge it for days at a time without needing to draw from the grid is, we think, going to be a really important technology, and really very important for New England to be able to help solve some of the reliability problems we're facing. Happy to take any questions.
Well, great. Thank you. It's great to hear about new technology such as yours. So I assume that the principles behind your company identified the fact that there is a need for long duration battery storage. And they undertook an endeavor to try to satisfy that need by supplying those batteries.
That's right.
That's how the market works, right? You see a demand, you create a way to provide supply for that demand. So my question for you is, did you form your company to supply these long-range batteries, or did you form your company to take advantage of government subsidies and handouts?
Well, our company was founded because our founders, who came from the energy storage world, our CEO was the guy who helped bring Tesla Powerwalls up through, developed that industry. Another of our other founders came from the shorter duration industry, and we're helping to develop batteries on that side. And they did see a gap in the need that the system would need batteries that could provide this kind of duration, because they were building short duration batteries. And what they saw was, as transitions were happening across New England in particular, the company was founded in Boston area out of MIT, was that they saw an opportunity to provide that flexibility, that dispatchability that the system would absolutely need. So, I think there was certainly our early customers we have 13 gigawatt hours of projects across the country that are being installed. All but the project in Maine that I mentioned are with utilities, with vertically integrated utilities, and where there are, not necessarily mandates in place trying to get storage, but where utilities saw the value and chose to invest in our technology early. Lots of questions.
Sorry, I'm taking a note there. 13 gigawatt hours across the country, you said, right?
Yes.
So I'm glad to hear that you didn't form your company just to take advantage of subsidies, because far too often we see companies are formed for that reason. And I wouldn't be in favor of supporting companies that do that. Other questions from the committee? Vice Chair Thomas has one.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Your company would be extremely interesting, I'm sure, to come before the task force when, if and when it was formed, so to discuss your technology and everything, because the task force, by way of this amendment, is to look at all types of emerging technologies for energy, not only storage. So my question would be is, how do you see this bill, the task force, helping New Hampshire into discovering what types of energy they're going to need in the short term versus long term of the state, in terms of how you would approach it if you appeared before the task force?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I think it's really important to understand a lot of these technologies are new and they're coming on the scene, and we don't know exactly how they work, what kinds of support they need, what kinds of business models they have. So I think a really important thing that I see the task force doing is being able to explore the different options that are available. So long duration storage like we make is one. I think, other folks have mentioned new nuclear resources. There's lots of other resources that can be looked at for how to meet reliability needs in New Hampshire. And so I think having that understanding and the task force being able to then see what kinds of technologies there are, which ones are going to be most helpful. I saw the new amendments about the timelines, the different, the near term, 1 to 3 years, the 4 to 6 years, being able to explore supply chains. And, I think just on the way up here, I was listening to a podcast that said new new gas plants are going to be in the early 2030s before we can build them, which is hard. I think we need to be able to see what's available now to solve the problems we have now, what's available in a few years, and then what do we need to plan for, because this is a long-term challenge we face, but there are solutions we can implement along the way. And I think the task force is going to be able to evaluate those, see what's going to work for New Hampshire, and try to develop policies that might help get that get those technologies in place.
Follow up?
Thank you. Now one technical question, not related to this bill per se, but to your technology. What's your refresh rate or recharge rate on those batteries?
So the battery can be recharged at, so if we discharge for 100 hours, we can recharge those batteries in 100 hours. So one-to-one recharge rate.
Representative Thomas has a question.
Thank you for being here. This is very interesting. Two questions. One, you mentioned the main battery being quite large, but you didn't mention how much it holds. So how large? The capacity.
Thank you. Good question. The battery itself is 85 megawatts, and that will provide 8,500 megawatt hours of energy.
Okay.
And the footprint for that project is expected to be around 50 acres. So
50 acres. Follow up?
Yes.
Follow up.
Sorry. It's not my.
It's okay. Can you just give me a general cost comparison between the iron battery and other batteries that are out there?
I can try. So there's a difference in the way you look at our battery on a stored energy basis, which essentially means how much it costs for every megawatt hour you store, is much, much cheaper than lithium ion. So that's on an energy basis. If you look back at just per megawatt, so that's more your capacity basis. A lithium ion battery is about half the cost of our battery on a capacity basis. So the energy coming out of it and being stored is much cheaper because you get so much out of 1 megawatt. But just on the how much you're going to spend per megawatt that you put in the ground, you'll see we're about twice as expensive as they are.
Thank you.
Representative La Rochelle has a question.
Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I'm just curious as to what the typical efficiency would be for an average cycle of charge and discharge.
So your round trip efficiency.
Right.
Is that the question? Okay.
I know it's a function of current, but in a typical application, what's your efficiency in a cycle?
We are our technology in the early phases is building this up, but we anticipate getting to around a 45 to 50% return on round trip efficiency for the batteries, which is puts us at about a 50% capacity factor if you want to think of it that way.
And if I could follow up, how does that compare with a lithium-ion battery?
I'm sorry, could you say that one more time?
Yes, how does that compare with a lithium-ion battery?
A lithium-ion battery has a much higher RTE, so they are usually around, I'm not a lithium-ion expert, I think they're usually around 85%, if I'm getting that right. So you get your energy faster, we have our energy lasting a lot longer. So that's sort of the trade-off on duration.
Thank you.
Representative Kaplan has a question.
Mr. Chair, and thanks for coming in today. On the market side of things, we know that markets aren't perfect, and given that you're the policy director for Form Energy, I was wondering if you have experience with other states and some of the market incentives that have worked and that you could maybe see applying here.
That's a great question. What we're seeing is that where our batteries are being deployed, there tends to be clean energy goals. So you see a rapid increase in renewable energy. You might also see a lot of retirements happening with older fossil generation and a need to fill the gap. On the market side, it's hard. In the organized market, in ISO New England, in PJM, the markets themselves don't value what our batteries provide. Our battery doesn't have a rating yet, but we're working with PJM. We're also working with ISO New England on this to try to get a rating. And we anticipate from other areas of the country that we've worked with that our battery will have on the grid. So market designs that seek reliability, that are wanting to bring reliable resources online are going to then help. They're going to naturally help a resource like ours to be more commercially marketable.
Okay, I'd remind members that we're here to ask questions about this bill, not about new technology. Representative Bernardi has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator Waters gave us an idea of what he thought indexing storage credit models were and incentivizing would mean. How do you see your company's battery dealing with that particular issue in this bill?
We've seen a number of different ways to sort of create market based products to support these batteries. Indexing storage credits are a way that they're working in New York to do that, and that is something we've been exploring. We think it works for our battery. I think the important thing, any of the models, I think there's you can do contracts. Massachusetts is looking to do long-term contracts with resources. You see index storage credits coming from New York, and I want to say Illinois. I think any of these models can work for us as long as reliability and duration, so duration, therefore reliability, is valued in that product. So I think what we tend to say is we can work within any market construct as long as it's valuing reliability in a way that reflects what we can do for the grid.
Follow up.
So please explain how this is working in New York. How's that particular program work?
I don't think it's quite up. I'm not sure it's quite completed yet. And I will admit to not being the person who covers New York for my company, but I think essentially what it does is it's like a contract for differences. And so you essentially say the battery developer bids their product into the market. Whatever revenues come from that go back to ratepayers, or there's a mechanism there that I don't fully know how to explain, but and the difference in what the company needs, what the battery needs to survive, is paid by the program. So if they make more than they need, then they pay back that money to ratepayers. If they make less than they need in the markets, then that comes out of that index storage credit program.
Thank you.
I think.
And is paid for by ratepayers.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
Okay, further questions for Ms. Jackson? Seeing none, I want to thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me.
Next, we'll call on Jim Monahan and Jim Andrews from Granite Shore Power to give us their perspective on this legislation.
Chairman Bose, committee members, thanks for allowing me time to speak about this bill. James Andrews, Chief Executive Officer, Granite Shore Power. We are a wholesale power generator with in excess of 1.1 gigawatts of power generating capacity in New Hampshire, and also looking to redevelop those critical infrastructure sites in New Hampshire. We are testifying in support of this bill, and the reason I'll say I think this is an important piece of legislation is that from the get-go, I think the markets are operating inefficiently, frankly. And ISO New England is the market maker for New England. And frankly, you see a lot of out-of-market forces coming into play with those otherwise competitive markets where things aren't as competitive as one would think for the wholesale generating capacity and bulk markets. So you see that happen, and the reason I say is that this is a reliability issue of generation and the right type of generation supply for specific needs, right? Very recently, so since 2018, ISO New England put into the markets a regime called pay for performance to any generator that takes capacity revenues out of the market. And it's to be there, ultimately capacity is when you're needed, you should show up. The thing about pay for performance is it's not about penalizing when you were asked to show up and you didn't show up. It's a no excuses penalty. So even if your resource wasn't dispatched in the day ahead markets, if there's a scarcity event and your resource wasn't operating for the duration of that event, you are penalized as that generator because you weren't on. I'm not sure that that's a very competitive place for a lot of different resources. And we've seen sort of those incidents sort of increase. We've had 5 of those significant incidents since 2018, 2 of those last summer alone that were in duration a couple hours each, that were very costly to generators that supply capacity reliability in other ways. So this again is sort of thinking about how do you find what the right resource is for the right time. And the why is public policy has in most New England states moved incentives towards solar. A lot of that solar in excess of 6,300 megawatts is behind the meter. That's projected to grow to 23,000 megawatts by 2030. And a lot of that, ISO New England doesn't have control over those resources. So when you have sort of, those resources that are so weather dependent and intermittent, when all of a sudden they don't show up, you need sort of the right resource that can be dispatched immediately to cover sort of that interruption, or else you'll have sort of other, you'll end up having rolling blackouts at some point, right? So these are the things that I think a task force that this legislation puts forth are the things that they really need to investigate, is how efficient are the markets, what's going on with resources, and what is needed in the near term, midterm, and long term to address those different reliability needs. As we've been talking about this whole transition of the markets for some time, that's going to take even longer than I think most think. So I think we need to be really proactive in how we approach that in a way that is effective and efficient for the ratepayers, frankly, where ISO New England maybe isn't quite there in terms of incentivizing the price signals that capital investment otherwise should be able to rely on. So, there's some metrics, over the next 15 years, the region needs to add almost twice as much new generation resources as it has in the last 25 years. So I'll let that one sink in a little bit. The current interconnection queue in ISO New England has 44% of those resources are wind, 10% are solar, and 46% are battery. That queue represents approximately 40,000 megawatts of generation. But again, that's sort of been that way for a little bit. And, there's a large question as to whether those projects ever actually come to fruition, because there's a lot of market uncertainty, a lot of competitive market signals aren't there to support those types of capital investments long term or even in the near term. So it's a task force that says what has to happen and when to make the markets complement them and sort of encourage the markets to become more efficient on their own without sort of the out of market programs that we've seen across other states, frankly. So I think I'll probably, we can talk a little bit about some of those out of market things. So some of those out of market things that ISO has necessitated to try to sort of hold back the crisis, if you will, has been things like the inventoried energy program in the winters. That program has been suspended now, so that isn't going forward next winter. You have other things where, again, we just don't have sort of the price signals from the capital markets to invest in new generation. So as a result, there really isn't anything new being built. We know there's resources that are coming out that are retiring. Some of those resources have been relied upon even as recently as this winter for multi-day generating needs for significant weather events. But those resources will not continue to be there as we go forward. So what types of technologies can fit that bill on these types of events that, happen in an instant and last for a duration of 2 to 4 hours? What are the right resources that can address these things? Our own generating fleet of CTs had record numbers of megawatt hours on them last summer alone. Every afternoon, nearly every one of our CTs, CT1 and CT2 at Merrimack Station, CT at Schiller Station, Lost Nation, and White Lake, consistently operated for 3 to 4 hours nearly every afternoon during the weekdays in the summer. Those aren't the most efficient resources to fill that need. So it's those types of things of what can cycle on a daily basis. And frankly, I'm not here to advocate for a particular technology. I'm here to advocate for let's talk about what the right things are and figure out how those right things can then also reduce costs and change the demand curve for the ratepayer and actually reduce costs for them. So I'll stop there. I'll let Jim sort of talk about the specific, if there's any specific questions related to the specific language of the bill. But my appearance here is to really try to help inform the committee as to why somebody who participates in the market say there's really a need in New Hampshire for this task force.
Mr. Monahan, did you want to say anything in advance of questions?
Yes. This is the widest chair in New Hampshire. Yeah, I'm mostly here to answer any questions about the legislative construction. The amendment that Senator Waters brought in, as you know, is not a replace all amendment, so there's a little bit of putting the two pieces of paper together next to it. I would add, though, that subject to check, the repeal of the investigation at the Department of Energy probably makes sense. That original bill would task the DOE with an investigation of energy storage issues, and it actually used the old term of utility scale storage and was focused on using a load reducer as the reimbursement for it. My sense is that the market and facts have overtaken what was prescribed in that investigation. And as I understand it, the statutory language continues to be on the books for the DOE to do it. They did issue a order of notice and then pause the order of notice like 18 months ago. So it's still kind of hanging out there. And I think that repealing that kind of and replacing it with this this approach offers a clear direction for the task force and the DOE to come back to the legislature with any potential changes. And then finally, people have called attention to it, but I do think the focus of the task force in trying to come forward with market-based solutions is consistent with what we've tried to do with other approaches on stimulating components of the market. So, but I'll leave it. The more interesting answers are to the questions from Mr. Andrews.
So can you define what a market-based solution to incentivize development might be?
One of the things that was identified by us and is included here is the indexing storage credit. That, I guess, would better be described as more market-based than not, because it does establish, as Sarah Jackson described, a situation where it's not a one-sided subsidy toward a development. It also says that there's a sharing that once the strike price is set, if the market fluctuates up and down, there's a sharing of risk and reward between the developer and the ratepayers. So, but that said, if I knew the answer to that, maybe we wouldn't need the task force. But we're asking the task force to come forward with market-based solutions.
Okay, further questions? Representative McGee.
Sorry. Hi, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you both for being here today. So I'm looking at the original language of the bill, and under the findings section, section 3, which the chairman also referred to some of the language there, the last sentence, I think, that begins on line 12 says, to investigate the future role of large-scale storage in addressing reliability, a public-private task force shall be created to identify market and regulatory barriers, investigate the current and future reliability challenges for New Hampshire and the region, and identify market-based solutions to support the growth of storage as a means of enhancing system reliability, stability, and affordability. So it sounds to me like that sentence really encapsulates the whole purpose statement for this endeavor to put together this task force. We don't have the answers to any of those as a committee, and I don't think even as a state, right? We don't have the answers to any of those. And since we talk a lot on this committee about reliability and how we want more reliability in the system, and we also talk a lot about affordability, so at least 2 out of the 3, stability, of course, we want as well. I don't see us as having any questions beyond what the bill envisions that we would need to answer, other than should we have a task force or not, which, since we don't have any of these answers, I would imagine I'd be for this bill. So I guess yeah, I guess I do have to ask a question, don't I?
We'd appreciate it, actually.
Yeah, I know you guys give this to me all the time. So from the perspective of somebody who's a generator that's trying to find answers to these questions, the notes that I took, you talked a little bit about some of the instability that you suffer from as a result of some of the regulatory decisions in the system, right? Like the pay for performance and the fact that there's penalties which change the economic calculus of your providing that reliability. So I wonder if you could talk about whether this bill would be something that would address those concerns for someone in your position.
So thanks for the question, Representative. I think there's sort of different layers to that question, right? Like the pay for performance penalty regime sort of affects sort of those generators that provide, I will call it, intermittent seasonal reliability. So in New England, there's a, no longer will we have sort of the last coal units. Those are going away, but there are still large oil units in the region, right? You have our own Newington station, you have Canal, you have Middletown. Middletown's going away as of May 31st. You have other resources that have fuel oil storage in the tanks that when there is a deficiency of gas in the wintertime, those units are very much relied upon for multi-day sort of events to provide reliability to high demand needs. As it relates to sort of what the markets have for events like that happen every afternoon that I was telling you about, I mean, that's just volatility in the markets. Is there cloud cover that showed up that was unexpected based on the ISO forecast? Is there wind deficiency based on what they forecasted the day ahead, right? Is there unexpected shift in the winds from a large forest fire in Canada that shifts that wind and causes haze in New England and sort of floods out some of those solar resources that are behind the meter that then causes an interruptibility event. That interruptibility event is everyone who has those and says, I have those resources, doesn't say, okay, I'm willing not to turn on my lights when that event happens. They still want to turn on those lights, and those events happen very quickly. So that's why resources like the CT fleet comes on, because it can be on in 7 minutes, providing power. But again, are those the most efficient resource to address those types of things, when really there's sort of a daily peak curve when a particular resource could cycle every day and shave that peak and flatten that demand curve every day. The issue is mere market forces that exist today are just sort of, it's just arbitrage in the markets, right? And that arbitrage doesn't sort of satisfy sort of a capital, investment in a project like that fully. So this is sort of saying does the task force look at what should short-term incentivize, so there's sort of some surety for an investor to invest in that type of resource, where again, maybe the task force says there is or is not a real need for that. But if they determine there is a real need for that, what could they do? What could the New Hampshire legislature do to sort of in the short term sort of give some market surety where capital starts to get deployed? Right now, there's no capital being deployed. So I don't know. That was probably a very long-winded answer to your question, but.
Now that you've said all that. Now that you said all that, so it sounds to me like another byproduct, maybe if it isn't explicitly mentioned here when we're talking short and long term, is that a task force like this would be looking at those pieces of the market that could be supplemented or replaced or enhanced over the decade that we'd be looking at planning, right? Short, midterm, and longer range planning. We would have that information, whereas right now it's pretty much opaque to us, that we're not looking at it, right? We're expecting someone's going to take care of it.
Correct. Yeah. And I think, I think most people would say ISO New England should be sort of addressing that. And some say their CAR project, which is putting forth capacity reforms and energy reforms in the marketplace. I think as a generator, I'm optimistic that that'll happen. But we don't actually get any indicators of sort of how those markets are going to be modified for another 3 years, frankly, right? Like the capacity markets are effectively on delay till 2028, right? That's a long time for me as a generator to sit there and say, okay, do I invest and what do those markets look like in terms of, a set of cash flows? Will there be some market there? Yes. Do I know that it'll be sufficient enough to deploy capital? I have no idea. That's tough to go to the bank and say, let's finance this project. So then what happens is nothing gets done because nothing can be financed.
Vice Chair Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I apologize. You may not be the person to ask this question, but I want to go back to the actual bill, specifically under the duties of what this task force would be. But first, I want to say that if you go back to one of the definitions, I like the term new energy technologies. I believe that infers a very agnostic approach, an unbiased approach to what you might want to look at, which gets to my question on under the duties. Do you feel that under the duties, it really highlights storage and doesn't even mention nuclear like it does in the beginning part of the bill? So would you say that under the duties of this task force that perhaps there should be a little more generality in the words that they use so as not to create what's the word they like to use? Unconscious bias towards a particular event, shall we say?
Yeah. So appreciate the question. Again, I don't know that I'm the best person to ask it to, but I've never been shy to answer a question. So I think I would encourage the bill to be technology agnostic and explore all technologies. I think it's important in that regard, though, to understand sort of what the needs are from a reliability perspective, both near, mid, and long term, and how different technologies might best be suited at each of those stages along the way. And again, I think there needs to be, there was a question earlier of, is 26 too late? I would encourage this task force to move with urgency and get near-term recommendations to the legislature and an understanding of what's happening in the markets and what potential solutions from a both technology and sort of market complementary program may be useful and encourage the right type of investment at the right time.
Representative Thomas has a question.
Thank you for being here. I've heard your concerns about the market and other factors. If you look, I'm referring to the amendment on page 2, lines 13 through 33, which identifies the roles, the duties of this task force. When you look at those, is there anything that needs to be added to these duties to address the concerns that you've raised? Thank you.
Yeah, without sort of doing a deep dive, I think there probably, is always room to sort of tweak and focus sort of what the objective of any task force or committee should be. And I think that's, if this bill properly defines that objective, I think you're going to get beneficial results. I think if you sort of, again, I think there's been a lot of conversation of, let's have it look at the right things. And again, my point has always been sort of reliability near, mid, and long term, and what those resources might be without sort of biasing one or the other. And the reason I can probably say that with confidence is, as you relate to all those things, there's only so many technologies that are going to be actually able to be deployed within each of those sort of time horizons anyway, and be able to be online and actually do the job that it is that we're, and avoid the crisis that I think we're trying to avoid.
And it may be implied in the fact that there's a call for the commission, but as you heard Mr. Andrews' testimony, I think part of the work of the task force will be to identify state and regional obstacles to investing in reliability.
Thank you very much.
Okay, seeing no further questions, I want to thank you, gentlemen, and call next on the final speaker on this bill, Sam Evans-Brown from Clean Energy New Hampshire.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. I'll be brief, going last here and probably have the least to contribute. I would just echo what I think a lot of folks have said. There are a number of market failures that storage touches upon. There are differing jurisdictions here and differing services that storage can provide that are not valued in the markets. There's a saying that I have said multiple times has gotten me in trouble pretty much every time I've said it, so I hope there are no devout vegetarians in the room, but the saying is that storage is the bacon of the grid because it makes everything better. Storage can do quite a lot of things. It can help you to defer infrastructure upgrades that might be more expensive and push those costs away into the future. That can happen on the distribution system. It can happen on the transmission system as well. There are a number of active proceedings that are trying to figure all of this out. There's a term, a new acronym for you all to learn, which is storage as a transmission asset, whatever that all stands for, which is a new sort of hot bit of jargon in energy circuits. And it's just an example of one of the many ways that we have not really figured out how to plug storage into our regulatory and market paradigms. I think there has been a tendency in the state of New Hampshire to say The markets are the purview of ISO New England, and we're going to let ISO New England figure that out. I think that there's a welcome bit of skepticism about how ISO New England is administering its markets that has entered into the political zeitgeist here in New Hampshire, and I think that actually is warranted. And this is a perfect example where I think ISO New England is moving very slowly to try to recognize all the values that storage can provide, and I think that it is incumbent on you all as policymakers to not yield your powers to this regional body, and not in no small part because, as I said, there are things that storage can do that are purely state jurisdictional that have to do with the distribution utilities that we really haven't dug in on how to unlock those values. So I will leave it there. I think a task force is a great idea, and I encourage you all to figure out how to move this bill forward.
Excellent. Representative McGee has a question. No. Representative Thomas has a question.
There you go. Thank you for being here for this bill as well. You've been here a lot today. Looking at the duties, I mean, it's the same question I just asked the guy. Looking at the duties that are listed for this task force, do you see anything that should or could be added to make it more robust?
I left my copy of the bill back at my seat, and not having it in front of me, I'm not going to try to do that on the fly, but I'm happy to email the committee with some suggestions if folks thought that would be helpful.
Thank you.
But I'll share them with the other stakeholders as well, so I'm not catching them off guard.
Sure. Thank you very much.
Representative Corman has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Evans Brown. I'm a little confused about, you're suggesting that we not yield our legislative power to ISO New England regarding markets, if I understood you correctly, but they administer the market for energy in New England. So how does that work if we are trying to take over some of what this regional organization is doing?
Well, so I think it gets into a question of how the ISO is governed, and I think that there are some obvious ways that this task force could interact with the ISO New England governance structures, including there's been some suggestion that it might be wise to have some sort of representation of either the New England State Committee on Energy, NESCO, on the task force, or a representative from ISO New England directly. And I think that the task force should think really hard about how they are moving their recommendations both to the proper policy-making bodies of the state of New Hampshire and making sure that the Public Utilities Commission and the legislature are aware of whatever recommendations they're putting forward, and that ISO New England is getting those same recommendations. And I would say that broadly, we all should be looking at and asking ourselves, how is ISO New England governed, and might the states advocate for changes that would give them more voice within those structures, sort of outside the meets and bounds of this particular bill, but that's sort of what I'm nodding at.
Okay, did you need a follow-up? Representative McGee.
Just like to keep you guessing, Mr. Chairman. So my question is around the fact that this bill seems to be seeking to fill a void in that we don't have currently any policies or positions really around storage in the state of New Hampshire. And it gives us that opportunity, I would think, with the language that exists in it right now, to look at state and regional approaches, who's doing what, just the things we don't have, the things that we asked DOE to do when we put in that that request several years ago. So, so from your perspective, it sounds like what you're saying is that the unique characteristics of storage are something that we haven't given full consideration to in terms of the role it can play. So this bill is needed for that reason, to help fill that hole.
In my opinion, there is a long overdue need for the state to ask itself what it's doing to enable energy storage. There are plenty of models that we can adopt. There are many different approaches that we could follow. We need to sort of pick one and run with it. And there's been, you referenced the energy storage investigation that stalled out. That was, I think, a missed opportunity for this. So I'm in favor of anything that gets that conversation going again.
Okay, seeing no further questions, I want to thank you for your testimony. And we'll close the public hearing on Senate Bill 233 and open a public hearing on Senate Bill 108 FN relative to the Department of Energy and ask the bill's prime sponsor, Senator Pearl, to introduce it to us. Good afternoon again, Senator Pearl.
Well, good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be back again. For the record, my name is Senator Howard Pearl from representing District 17, and I live in the town of Loudon. I'm here today to introduce Senate Bill 108. This is a technical cleanup bill that was requested by the Department of Energy. And pretty quickly, it transfers some specific regulatory and adjudicative responsibilities from the PUC to the Department of Energy, including prohibiting unauthorized telecommunications service provisions, protecting ratepayer communication preferences, and refining net energy metering assessment, complaint investigation, and aggregation procedures. There's a lot of technical aspects in this bill. We worked pretty hard on it when we had it in the Senate to clean up some areas of concern that we had from the different stakeholders, and I hope we've presented you with a bill that will move through pretty quickly for you. I know Dave Shulock, the DOE General Counsel, is here, and I'm going to really let him speak to the technical aspects of the changes that the bill makes, if that's okay with the committee. Thank you.
Okay. I think we'll move on then and let Senator Pearl get to the other busy activities I'm sure he has
Thank you.
for the day, and call on David Shulock from the Department of Energy to go through this legislation with a fine-tooth comb. Good afternoon, Mr. Shulock.
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is David Shulock, and I'm the General Counsel at the New Hampshire Department of Energy. This bill is at the request of the department. It's a little bit of cleanup, a little bit of clarification, and a little bit of lessons learned, and trying to make a few improvements. So if I may, I'll just go through section by section.
Please do.
Okay. So section 1 has to do with one aspect or a few aspects of ratepayer protection with regard to competitive suppliers, right? This particular section has to do with rulemaking for allowing customers to choose how they hear from their suppliers. Those rules are actually already enacted. They're PUC rules. Currently, the department has been enforcing them, and we will be adopting rules of our own within the next year on that issue. So that's no additional work for us, and we're in terms of rulemaking, and we're already doing that work. Right? Section 2 is a cleanup. It was intended to just remove sections of the net metering statute that had been, time has passed them by, basically. Events have surpassed. And so it takes out surplus language. In addition to clarifying that it's the department that adopts rules to implement the net metering statute. That's also in another section. So this is a little bit of confusion here, saying that they're commission rules rather than department rules. The additional language started out as department language. It was amended in the Senate to alleviate concerns of I believe it was Clean Energy New Hampshire. We reviewed the language. We're fine with what it is they want to do. It's basically protective language to assure that old tariffs remain available until new tariffs are made, right? Now, this section, I understand at the very end of the Senate process, the PUC submitted a letter requesting different language than this that the Senate did not include. Right? We've reviewed that language. It's not quite right. If you get that request, we would be willing to just forego this entire provision. So, and we'd ask that you just take it out if the PUC has a problem with it, and we can work with the PUC on this as we go through our 900 rules, which we're in the process of enacting now.
So you're talking about the language starting on line 30 and going over to page 2 through line 4?
This would be on page 1, line 8 to the end, carrying over onto page 2 to line 21.
Oh, the entire section 2?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so we would be okay. We would just come back to it if it's a problem next year after we've tried to work it out this summer. Okay. Section 3 has to do with the assessment process by which the department collects the funds necessary to operate the department, the commission, and the Office of Consumer Advocate. The additional language you see there is a clarification or a statement of the process as it exists that some providers find confusing when they decide to leave the state. They don't want to continue to pay their assessment, which had already been set for collection. And it just reminds them that they still have to pay it if they leave early. Sections 4 through 9 have to do with the complaint process. And the intent of these changes overall is to make the complaint process a little bit easier for ratepayers and others. Under the current process, well, the current process is, I think, a little burdensome for many ratepayers. It's a 3-step process. First, ratepayers are required to work with our consumer division to escalate problems within the utility. After that, they can file a formal complaint with the department. The department investigates that complaint. If they don't like what we've done with it, then the ratepayer has to start all over again at the PUC by preparing another petition and filing it in accordance with the PUC rules. Our experience with ratepayers have been that they don't really like that last step. And so overall, what this would do is change that last step into a transfer to the department. So all the ratepayer would have to do is request that the complaint go to the commission, and we would transfer it over. There are some additional things that go on in there. If you look at section 4, that broadens the complaint process to all jurisdictional utilities, not just public utilities. All jurisdictional entities, not just public utilities, and withdrawing complaints regarding things like community power aggregation, which we currently handle. That would all go into that one complaint step. Section 5 makes it clear that broadening does not pull in people that you don't intend to be regulated, such as VoIP and IP-enabled telecommunications providers and cellular carriers. And then Section 9, that is the Community Power Aggregation Statute. That statute currently contains a reference to the current complaint process, and it's there because that's not actually in Title 34, so it had to be placed within 53. But now that, I mean, if this bill passes, 365.1 would cover that, and so that language is no longer necessary and would actually conflict. So that takes it out. And Section 10 just repeals some language related to the old net metering caps, which no longer exist.
Okay, let the question free-for-all begin. Vice Chair Thomas.
Oh, well, aside probably the pertinent aspects, I just have a question involving page 3, beginning on line 31. Is that normal legalese that you're using there, or bad grammar, or what? Because it's kind of confusing by ending with prepositions, and the way it's formatted almost doesn't make sense to me.
So lines 31 through 35.
Yes, that one.
So I think that's just old style grammar, because this statute dates back decades and decades and decades, and this didn't attempt to rewrite the language just to replace the words that would be necessary.
Follow up.
It's the changes that seem to be confusing versus the original language, especially the ending. Further action upon matters complained of. But the whole thing's, could you explain what that means? I mean, I really,
So
it should be simplified.
So let's say it's the jurisdictional entity as a public utility. So if somebody complains that the public utility charged them too much money, and the public utility says, well, I'm not going to charge you that rate anymore. I'll charge you the appropriate rate, and I'm going to refund you the extra money that we charged you. And the utility tells us that they've done that, then we don't have to do anything else. That's where everything ends.
Can't you just say that?
Who's next? Representative Thomas.
Thank you for being here. I've got two questions. One is on page 3, line 5. Any person may make a formal, and formal was added. You said there was a 3-step process, and this was to eliminate the 3rd step. So do they still have to do the 1st step before a formal complaint? And why did you go to formal?
Formal was always implied. This just makes it clear, right? And the first step is to work with our consumer division, which can be very, very informal, right? You call up, you say, they charged me the wrong rate. Our analyst would call the utility and say, we don't think you're charging the right rate. Can you change that? And the utility would change it if they agreed, right? And it all ends there. That's a very informal process, although it does occur, much of it occurs according to rule, especially for disconnections and disconnection conferences and medical disconnections, things like that. That's all very rule-based, but the average contact is pretty simple. And so for each of those contacts, the customer actually does get an answer, and they get it relatively quickly, right? If they don't like it, then they can, under the PUC process, they would have filed a petition with 6 copies and all sorts of things, right? And so once you get that that sort of informal answer, which can be a final answer if you accept it, it goes to a more formal process.
Okay, thank you.
And but I mean the difference being, like, under the current setup, it's a formal application to the department, and then when we're done, it's another formal application to the commission. And it's that 3rd step we're trying to get rid of, so that they make a very formal application to us, and then that's the last application they have to make.
Thank you. Follow up?
Yeah.
Follow up.
So does this bill, to the best of your understanding, now make the DOE, instead of the PUC, the authority for complaints about local energy aggregators? Does it move that from the PUC to the DOE?
So do you mean community aggregation?
Yeah.
So the complaints already come to the department.
Oh, they do?
They do, right.
Okay.
And so that's the section 9. You'll see that it says that the complaints get referred to us, we investigate them, and then we can send them back to the commission, right?
Okay. Thank you very much.
Additional questions? No more? Really? Okay. Well, thank you. I guess we're done.
Thank you very much.
I have no more pink cards, so we will conclude the public hearing on Senate Bill 108. And looking at my schedule here, it looks like we're finished for today. So I would remind you all that we will be back on Monday, April 14th, where we will have a full committee work session on the 5 bills that we heard here today. And then at 10 o'clock, we'll have an executive session on those same 5 bills. And then at 1 o'clock, we'll hear 2 more Senate bills. Senate Bills 106 and 228. And then on Monday, April 21st, we'll have public hearings on 1, 2, 3, 4 bills. No, we'll have public hearings on 2 more bills, then a full committee work session on 4 bills, and then an executive session on 4 bills. So by the end of the day on Monday, the 21st, we should be done with all the Senate bills assigned to the committee. So Representative Mattson has something she would like to discuss with the committee.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. We're trying to set up a tour of ISO New England, and we're looking at May 6th for the date. And I was just trying to figure out how many people would be interested. They need a head count. What? Yeah. Yes, ISO New England to May 6th.
May 6th.
Yeah, because next week won't work. Any questions?
Has ISO confirmed those dates yet?
It's in the works, but I wanted to get a head count.
Yeah, good.
I just want to get as much done as I can beforehand. If we have enough people, we'll get a bus or a van. So,
Representative Corman.
Are we anticipating more Senate bills?
We are not.
This is it?
This is it.
What am I going to do with my free time?
Representative Mattson is trying to set up some activity for us. And I understand that Representative Corman might be giving us a tour of a battery plant.
A talk about a tour of a battery.
A vicarious tour.
Yeah.
So we can schedule that. Anybody else have any ideas of activities we could schedule?
What about the dam tour?
we're thinking later in May, but we don't have a date yet.
I might add that we might, if we take some tours that don't require
Transportation.
excessive cost, like transportation by bus or van, we might be able to get 1 or 2 tours more approved than they normally would for our committee. So just kind of keep that in mind.
Okay. And if anybody has any questions or ideas, let me know. Thank you.
Okay, any other activity to come before the committee?
Chair.
Seeing none, Representative Bloger.
Yes, the blue sheet.
The blue sheet, go ahead.
Okay, Senate Bill 6.5, there was 4 in support, none opposed. Online, I'll do all the blue sheet first, sorry. Senate Bill 230, 1 in support, 1 opposed. Senate Bill 232, 3 in support, none opposed. Senate Bill 233, 1 in support, none opposed. Senate Bill 108, 2 in support, none opposed. Online, Senate Bill 65, 15 in support, 1 opposed, 2 neutral. Senate Bill 230, 4 in support, none opposed, no neutrals. Senate Bill 232, 23 in support, none opposed, no neutrals. Senate Bill 233, 23 in support, 1 opposed, no neutrals. Senate Bill 108, 5 in support, none opposed, 1 neutral. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Representative. And with that, we're done for the day. Thank you all. We'll see you next week.